The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
All right, several people saying Grant Nelson has to finish a class at North Dakota State and then it can be officially announced he's at Alabama. And then Jaron Stevenson is the overall prospect, number 22 overall prospect in 2024, according to you guys sending me links. He's making an announcement tomorrow. His mom and dad played at North Carolina. It's Alabama, North Carolina, and Virginia as the finalist, and some of the folks at 24/7 believes it'll be Alabama where he'll make the selection. So interesting stuff for Alabama basketball. And it's, we got football season first, but it could be another very exciting year in the state when it comes to basketball with Andy Kennedy at UAB. His name still being mentioned at West Virginia, by the way, with that Bob Huggins aftermath. Tell us about Slice, and we got one more thought here.
4 locations, the original in Lakeview. There is one right there in Vestavia down the street from us, Montevallo, now Crestline Park. It's local pizza, it's local ingredients, fantastic selection of craft beers as well. But get in, try that Bajaga special, the Wing and a Prayer, this little piggy. You're going to absolutely love it all. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Brown, on his travel yesterday, had some delays and flat-out cancellations. When you travel from now on, do you just assume that one day you just have to dedicate one day? You can't make a plan on your travel day now. You got to just count on whatever it takes one day, right, to get there?
I actually, the last time I traveled, when I went out to Vegas and then L.A., it was really, really smooth as far as no delays. Like the previous 4 or 5 times I've traveled, I've gotten not only delays, I've had the complete, like the flights have been wiped for the day, have to leave the airport, go stay somewhere and come back. It's typical. I mean, it's a nightmare because of the shortage of pilots right now.
Yeah, I just plan on Tuesday's a travel day. Saturday's a travel day. Everything else in between is vacation. Brown made it safely to his destination, even sending us some pictures from the plane. He's on vacation all week. All that stuff's available in the store, nextround.store. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live show and a lot of college football coming up over the next couple hours. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown still on vacation. Lunsford making his way out of the studio. He and Forrest are on the back row in the back room where Tyler and Rockstar are. Taylor Korn handling everything on social media today. Remember to likes and thumbs up. We got baseball, winning streaks going on, losing streaks, the College World Series going on. But a little landmine. After we finished the show yesterday, we were talking NBA draft. It's tomorrow night, and we threw a little stake bet out there. I thought Scoot would slide into that number 2 slot with Charlotte. But we got a Woj bomb. Is that how you say it?
Yeah.
A Woj bomb from the great ESPN reporter there right after the show, where he says his sources are telling him that it's Brandon Miller that Charlotte is all in on at number 2, which would cost me a stake if that's the way it plays out tomorrow night. I know it's lying season 2, but when anybody else had reported if it wasn't Woj, I'd feel like there was still some hope there, but Woj is usually spot on with this. Wouldn't have taken the bait. He says Brandon Miller will go 2 behind Wemby at 1.
Well, again, I brought this up yesterday. Charlotte has done its due diligence on Brandon Miller in the unfortunate situation this past spring, or I should say winter. But Scoot Henderson, it's ironic that on the cover of ESPN today, the title or the headline story is Scoot Henderson will never settle. Quote, I want to go number 1. Well, I think everybody wants to go number 1.
Yeah, you see the betting odds on who goes number 1 right now from our friends at mybookie.ag, minus 50,000.
Yeah.
That Wemby goes number 1, Victor Wembanyama.
I can't believe they even have that up. I mean, that's a done deal, but the astronomical number you would have to put up to win $100.
You had to put up 50,000 to win 100. Is that the way that works?
Well, it's a lot of math. That's some of the biggest odds I've ever seen.
Yeah, you probably can't only make a certain number of bet on that to get that happen. But
I think that's right, though.
But as Lunsford and others are pointing out, plus 170 to minus 400 for Brandon Miller at number 2 now. So he went from a basically even money or a slight dog going number 2 to a now betting favorite to be number 2 overall in the draft tomorrow night. Charlotte.
They don't even have. I looked earlier this morning, and as far as positioning, back in the day, they would have, when it was kind of an unknown who would go number 1, and then they would have, over under on like Brandon Miller, over or under 2.5. Like they don't even have the top 3. I mean, because Wembanyama, Brandon Miller, and Scoot Henderson, that's going to be 1, 2, 3.
We start here only because, 2 things.
We got plenty of time to it's the longest day of the year, right?
Yeah, it is the longest day of the year, but
I've never really gotten that.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, it doesn't seem any different to me.
Okay, put a pin in that. We'll come back to that. I think. Well, never. We'll come back to it. So Brandon to Clowney's going to go in the first round. Both will be in the green room tomorrow night. I wanted to get to Victor because he's 7'4". I don't know a ton about him. I would assume the majority of our audience know loosely he's 7'4".
Everybody's seen the highlights. He can do absolutely everything.
Okay, he can't do everything, Lance. Last night he's throwing out the first.
Talk about basketball.
Yeah, throwing out the first pitch at Yankee Stadium. Here he is, 7'4" on the hill. He's 60 feet 6 inches away, throws the baseball, and it goes outside. Now, you think to yourself, oh, my God, he's going to be number 1 in the NBA draft, the greatest athletes on the planet. How can he be so bad at throwing a baseball? Well, you have to remember he is 7'4". I want you to look at his hand on just how big his hand is holding a baseball. I mean, look at there's a normal human hand, and look there. Look at that baseball. It's like me holding a golf ball.
I thought the nails were interesting. They almost, I don't even know. He's got some interesting fingernails. But that's like you or I holding a golf ball, right?
Okay, go interesting fingernails for me here. What makes them interesting? Just that they're a little long, or you think the coloring? The coloring is just skin pigment.
Yeah,
right?
it's I don't know. It's almost like a woman's fingernails that hasn't had her nails done in a couple of months, and she's got like a really light shade of pink on there.
Well, that's just. I mean, when you're squeezing something, look at your own fingers. You see how they get pink like that? He's squeezing the baseball, so it's making that color come up in the photo there. And his skin pigment makes it look that way. But he's gripping that baseball, and look how long those fingers are.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what you get when you got a 7.5 frame. That's not even close to some of the worst first pitches we've ever seen, though.
Not close.
Yeah.
And they seem to always happen in New York. The worst ones seem to always happen.
Yeah, 50 cents was awful.
Yeah. I don't like my fingernails to come over the end of my fingers.
Yeah, I don't like any, like, I've got one that's a little too much white right now.
Yeah.
But I like mine pretty much cut down.
Yeah, I do. I bite mine. That's the problem.
That's what Lance did. He did like he's typing.
That's one of the first things I noticed, man. I was at Taco Mama on Monday night, and this table of women sitting next to me, open-toe shoes, and boy, she had some claws on her.
Oh, I can't stand it. I can't stand it. The cool thing now is...
I mean, nail clippers are cheap, right? I mean, you can go to CVS, you can get a pair of nail
they
clippers.
just take effort.
$2. It's not really effort, though. I cut mine yesterday, and it took all of 30 seconds.
Yeah, Tripp says men with long fingernails are creepy as hell. Listen, I'm an American. I believe in freedom. You can do whatever you want. But I will tell you that if you're a male and your fingernails are over the end of your fingers, they're long. Obviously, I grew up in the 80s where one fingernail was long, and we pretty much considered you a cokehead at that point, that you were just using that to do that with.
I still think there's something to that.
Okay.
I'll still see the occasional dude with a pinky finger that's got a little bit longer of a nail.
Now, Rockstar,
He's not picking a guitar with his pinky.
You're a guitarist.
Yeah, there's on your picking hand, your finger. For me, it'd be my right hand, where my fingernails would be longer. But no, my left hand.
So there is some advantage to having some longer nails
for doing finger picking.
Oh,
Okay.
dude, I saw a dude that we know that was married to somebody we know that plays guitar. And this was a couple of months ago.
Wait, somebody we know who's married to somebody we know.
Yeah. I don't want to get too deep.
Okay.
But his picking hand, his other hand, I guess it was his left hand, looked completely normal.
Yeah, you can keep that normal.
And his right hand looked like Freddy Krueger.
Yeah.
Which, if you're just in an everyday job, I mean, it's not like this dude's doing this for a living. This is like kind of a night gig like Rockstar does. Like, if I'm his superior, I'm looking at him, I'm like, this is a weird thing.
Yeah, it's just I don't know how uncomfortable it would be that one hand has a long claws and the other one's fine. It's just that I couldn't deal with the not being symmetrical.
Why is your right hand so angry at me right now?
Yeah, but I mean that's a nice little PSA for anybody out there. Look down at your fingernails. If you've got anything under your fingernails, like dirt, particles, whatever it is,
They're too long?
They're too long, and clean them up a little bit.
I'm a fingernail biter.
Just trying to help here.
Obviously, don't bite my toenails, but I go get a pedicure occasionally.
Do you even have the flexibility to bite your toenails?
I used to. I could. I could if I wanted.
Oh no!
There's a lot of things I could do if I wanted, Rockstar, but I cannot bite my toenails.
Are you one of those that broke your bottom rib?
Marilyn Manson had you removed, remember? That was the rumor?
Yeah, that was the rumor.
That's one day in the summer. We are in the summer, right? It's the longest day of the year, right?
It's the first day of summer, actually, yeah.
So we could actually, I think that's an interesting topic. Some of the most
urban legends?
Unfounded urban legend rumors out there.
Okay.
You know, Richard Gere with the gerbils up his ass.
Adam Sandler's died like 5 times of a heroin overdose.
I mean, bringing home close to home, Julio Jones, Brody Crowell. We've had some good ones.
We've had some.
We can just keep them rolling all day. Ones that we can remember.
Misreports over the years. Jay Perry, Marilyn Manson jumping in there really quick. So, when I'm getting a pedicure, they always ask at the very end, "What color do you want?" And I'm like, "None." But I'm always tempted to go clear, just a hard coat, just maybe to make does it make your nails stronger to throw a coat on there? I don't know.
No, I think what the clear coat does is it gives you kind of a wrap if we're like talking vehicles, but it also lets people know you had a pedicure.
Gives you a bit of a sheen.
I do not get the sheen.
I don't either.
I only get pedicures a couple times a year.
Like how we asked you first. Do you get it? No. Nah, I don't either. No.
Me? No.
I've never had a manicure.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Never had a manicure. If I had bad nails, I would get a manicure, but the pedicure I do get. Yeah. But I don't like the scrubbing at the bottom of the feet.
What is uncomfortable at the place I go is not that's ticklish, but I can get by it because that's my favorite part because I like to feel like I got smooth bottoms at the end.
The place you go, you feel weird after the happy ending, don't you?
No, but they do.
Is that awkward, like eye contact?
Well, they do.
Nice guy.
They do some kind of substance on my calves and knees, not above the knee, but then they massage it, and it just feels odd that here I am, no curtains or anything, and I'm the only dude in the place, and there are women around drinking their wine, and I'm drinking a great Diet Coke from our sponsor. And
well, why do you feel weird? Do you have that trash open? Do you go into your?
I mean, I could because I like a good massage, but when they start massaging my calves, and and they're working that substance, lotion, cream, salty stuff up and down my leg there. It becomes a little uncomfortable with everybody watching.
You got to cut the tension by saying like, yeah, that's right. Yeah, do it.
It's just odd being the only guy somewhere.
If you would have asked for that treatment from Maggie on Father's Day, would you have gotten it?
Well, oftentimes she is with me sitting in the chair next.
No, but I'm talking about her.
She looks at me every time it starts like, don't. She gives me that, don't do it. Don't do it look, because I'm going to say something awkward. She's sipping her Prosecco going, don't you say anything. Don't say anything.
But I'm saying, would she have given you one?
On Sunday?
Yeah.
How do you know she didn't? I just don't talk about everything.
Oh, yeah, you kind of do.
It was a good Sunday. It was a good Sunday.
I agree with Lunsford. You can get pedicures with the wife or girlfriend so it's not uncomfortable.
Usually, I went one time. Maggie was out of town. It was right before Memorial Day, and I was going over to a friend's house to a pool to swim over at Tony and Courtney, my friend's house to swim. And, I was, my nails had not been done in a while. And with Maggie not there, I did not want to jack them up. So I jumped right to the pedicure place where we usually go. And I was the only guy in there. And it happened to be the youngest, most attractive person that does the nails in there that spun the wheel and got Lucky Jim. And I was like, we'll make this quick and simple. Just, I don't need the leg massage. I have to give you the leg massage.
Wish we could add you mic'd up for that.
I literally said, no, I don't need the leg massage.
Is low main the same for you as it is for us?
Hey, so the last time he came to my house to swim, he decided to shave his toes, and he cut them. So then he showed up with Band-Aids on his toes.
And I'm sure you didn't point that out.
Yeah. Well, the only reason I tried to shave my toes before I went over there was because of Lance had said something about my, what'd you call them, Chewbacca feet?
No. Bilbo Baggins.
Hobbit feet.
Yeah, Hobbit feet.
Hobbit feet. So
I
went over there, and
our friends at Manscaped. You could have touched those things up.
Oh, I got it going now.
Okay.
I am as slick as a sill as we get going today. All right, we'll get to what happened at the World Series and a lot of other stuff. You can jump in there right into Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room throughout the day. Taylor Tannebaum, a longtime friend of ours, first time on the show, though, will join us at 10:25 Central, Hour 2, to talk ACC football with us. She's with the ACC Network. Some interesting conversations and points of view with her. Jeff Grimes, the Baylor offensive coordinator, is with us at 11:30. For a moment, there was a lot of people pushing him to be the head coach at Auburn. They end up with Hugh Freeze. We'll talk to Jeff Grimes about what's ahead for the Baylor Bears coming up in hour number 3. And in the final hour of the show, Auburn quarterback commitment Walker White joins us from Little Rock. I don't know who is doing more recruiting right now, Hugh Freeze or Walker White. He gets on social media and he tries to get people to join him down at Auburn. So we'll talk to those three people about different college football stuff throughout the day on the show that's being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. The perfect gift-giving season is just around the corner, whether it's a wedding or an anniversary or birthday or whatever's ahead in your life. Bromberg's can make it happen.
Yeah, hey, Bromberg's at Mountain Brook in the Summit invite you to discover David Yurman's new collections inspired by the beauty of the natural world. David Yurman, founded in New York City by two artists, David, a sculptor, his wife, Sybil, a painter. Over 40 years later, the Yurmans and their son, Evan, continue to redefine American luxury jewelry, combining innovative technology, fine craftsmanship, and exquisite artistry. Visit Bromberg's today to find sculptural pieces from David Yurman's new collections. Again, you can just drop by both locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online right now. Go to Brombergs.com.
Listen, we're not a recruiting show, so to make our show, you got to land a 4 or 5 star usually, and then you don't always make it on the show. But When you get a wave of 4-star commitments like Florida did over the weekend into the show, you get noticed. Yesterday, not one, not two, but 3 4-star commitments for Mississippi State yesterday. They get one-time Tennessee commit, 4-star wide receiver J.J. Harrell, who picks Mississippi State over Ole Miss. They get 4-star wide receiver Braylon Burnside, who picks Mississippi State over Ole Miss, LSU, and Alabama. And then finally, they get 4-star corner P.J. Woodland, who picks Mississippi State over LSU. Now, it's a long way to December and signing day, but much like the Gators did earlier in the week, here comes, unlikely to me, Mississippi State with a trio of 4 stars in the same day.
Yeah, this is interesting because I can't even remember, that was one of the knocks on Dan Mullen is he couldn't recruit. Now, he did a good job developing players there. Mike Leach, hit or miss. I just don't ever remember Mississippi State being in the game of getting 4- and 5-star guys.
Yeah, and in some cases beating LSU and Alabama for a couple. Ole Miss mentioned in a couple of those. Zach Arnett, a guy who's having to change the way they do things with the untimely and unfortunate death of Mike Leach, the coach. He's taking over there. And one of the things, success on the field is going to be one thing for a new first-time coach who maybe has gotten this job a little faster than some thinks you should get it. But if you're able to recruit, that gives you a little runway to work with, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, the circumstances in Starkville right now surrounding the death, obviously, of Mike Leach, but I think Zach Arnett, as a defensive coordinator, we all know he was very capable, did a great job there. Head coach, it seems like everybody, you heard Matt White on the show when he took over last year, this guy was going to be a head coach sooner than later. And unfortunately, this is how he got his break, but most people think he's going to take advantage of it. I don't know what the expectations are now that we're going to 16 teams in the SEC. I don't think it's ever realistic to think that either one of these Mississippi schools is going to go to the SEC championship game. We've seen it once in the history of the game so far. I mean, that's been 30 years, and you've seen Mississippi State get there one time in a bad SEC West. Ole Miss has never been there. I mean, what is your expectation of this job now at Mississippi State? I think 7 or 8 wins a year is pretty good.
I mean, I think everybody should at least get 8. You and I have had arguments before about putting ceilings on the possibility of a great team, right? I don't think you should put a ceiling that no Mississippi State team will ever win 10-10 or no Mississippi State team will ever play for an SEC championship. You can't say things like that. If you keep recruiting 4-star guys, I don't know what will happen, but in the foreseeable future, it does seem like a long shot for Mississippi State and some others to be in Atlanta, where you're only going to take the top 2 teams of a 16-team league. Almost as tough to do that as it will be to make the college football playoffs for some programs. So that's one big recruiting story. On the coaching circle, and we'll do all the baseball in the segment coming up, not only the LSU big win in Omaha, but also what is going on in Major League Baseball with a couple of streaks. But the other story we're watching, and it's something we've been watching all week long, has been the West Virginia basketball opening. And something happened there yesterday where word comes out from those that cover West Virginia that the players on the current roster have a favorite on who they want their next coach to be. So before I tell you who that favorite is, by the players at West Virginia, if you're the AD, Ren Baker at West Virginia, how much stock do you put into a good roster that could be a Sweet 16 or better type roster thanks to the transfer portal? How much stock do you put into what they want as their coach, as opposed to what you maybe would want to do as an athletic director?
Unless they're threatening on, hey, we're all going to leave if you don't make this guy the next head coach at West Virginia.
Well, they all have 30 days. They can.
Yeah, well, I'm putting no stock into it.
You put zero stock into it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I listen. If he's on my short list and I'm doing pros and cons of candidate A and candidate B, and candidate A is the one that all my players are behind, yeah, that I put a little stock into that. But if this is, I'm going to guess Jerry West is the guy they want. I'm kidding. I think Jerry West is like 85. He's former West Virginia Mountaineer. I would assume this is somebody on their staff already.
It is not, surprisingly enough.
Well, that is interesting.
It makes me think that maybe Huggins has talked to these guys because it's UAB's Andy Kennedy. The West Virginia players tell several reporters they want Andy Kennedy to be their next coach.
Well, I'm with you. After hearing that, I would think that Bob Huggins said something to his players, which tells me Bob Huggins has probably had a conversation with Andy to gauge his interest. I don't think he's just going to go tell his players, hey, this is the guy you need to get behind if Andy's got no interest in the job.
The belief is that Andy would keep a lot of, if not the entire coaching staff of Bob Huggins, according to this report I was reading from folks who cover West Virginia. But the current players want Andy Kennedy. Jared Calhoun's another popular guy, Youngstown State, one-time student assistant with Huggins. And then the AD has a friend who is really good on the Division II level in Ben McCollum. Seems like too big of a job for a D2 guy to jump right into that. Joe Mazzulla Tripp is a West Virginia guy who has ties to that program who did a Zoom call with them that said he wants them all to stay together. He has no interest, but he did a Zoom call with the players. So Andy Kennedy, the player's choice at West Virginia, according to reports.
Look, I mean, this is early to say this after hearing this report. We talked about it yesterday or Monday. I think it was Monday, and I agreed with you that Andy Kennedy would be an outstanding choice, especially when you talk about the timing of the resignation of Bob Huggins. Andy would have an opportunity to probably immediately triple his salary. And you brought up the point that maybe Andy's discontent being in Birmingham. He loves the city. You know, he's got family here. He loves that program. But it's kind of hard to turn down West Virginia, a team that's been to multiple Final Fours.
And you've got a roster. You got a roster that is built to get you to the NCAA tournament. And it's a situation, though, UAB, I think, is moving to a league, you know, that will not be a one-bid league anymore. It hasn't been, so I don't think it will be in the future, though they have lost some quality basketball programs. The Big 12 is it's never how many extra bids you're going to – it's never if you're going to get extra bids, it's how many you're going to get. There's always a ton of bids going from the Big 12. Interesting to see what Andy wants to do. He seems to have some options. We'll keep you updated if anything breaks on that story. But interesting that the players in Morgantown are all about Andy Kennedy, who's got a good reputation in college coaching, successful wherever he's been. And he's done this for Huggins once before, remember? He was on the staff at Cincinnati when Huggins left that job, resigned with a similar problem back then. And he went there before taking the Ole Miss job. He took over that Cincinnati program. All right, the baseball that's red hot for some teams, an unbelievable night out in the College World Series in Omaha. That's ahead, and a lot of football as well. My bookie can get you into the game. The odds tonight, the odds to win the national championship is Wake Forest, -110. Florida's +199. That from our friends at mybookie.ag. MyBookie simply gets you in with an easy sign-up, easy play. You bet, you win. They pay right now. Go to mybookie.ag, mybookie.ag. Use the promo code NEXTROUND to secure a first deposit bonus up to $1,000. It's simple. Deposit $200 and play with $300 instantly. Just use the promo code NEXTROUND to get that bump in your deposit. You claim your bonus right there. Promo code NEXTROUND, mybookie.ag. Whether you're a diehard or casual fan, or simply put, there's never been a better time to start exploring the world of online sports betting with mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows? She may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Back with you on the next round. Don't forget the Backroom Podcast. You guys recorded a new one yesterday. Is that correct, Rockstar?
We did. We recorded a new one. It was an interesting topic by Lunsford that we kind of just ran with.
Okay, so it drops last night, or is it out now, or is it dropped
Friday?
Later? Friday. Okay.
I got to go back and watch these. I was going to do it 2 weekends ago. Got caught up.
Yeah. So it's give you the topic.
Yeah, please.
They're all available. You can go back and watch them anytime. They're rarely dated. So what's the topic this week?
Well, Lunsford, do you want to try me to nutshell it, or you want to try to do it? Just what he offered. We were trying to think of something, and while Scott's setting up the camera, Lunsford just unleashes this thing.
It's random, but the question was, what's the weirdest place you've ever been naked?
Oh.
It may not be a bad circumstance or situation, but if you saw it, like if you just saw a snapshot of it, like why is that person naked where they are?
Like totally naked or just pants drop down to the ground?
Well, for a guy, that pretty much counts. So.
Are we going back to the salon?
I'm just saying that.
It's funny that you bring this up because, and I wouldn't have thought about this, but I got a call from my youngest brother, and his neighbor is actually cousins. Just keep up with me, with a girl I dated in high school, and I've told this story before on how we were in the middle of a little activity, and her uncle showed up and said, "We're here. Your dad's meeting me in a minute. We're here to install your ceiling fan." And that's when, I jump in the closet, and I'm naked in the closet for what seemed like a day. It was probably an hour and a half, 2 hours when they installed the ceiling fan. So I would think in a closet with 2 grown men when I was a teenager, they probably would have torn me apart.
2 grown men outside the closet. You're not in the closet with 2 grown men. If they open
the door and they see a naked boy. I can explain. I'm not really into fans that much.
No, I started to lose circulation, so it got to the point where
it's only natural.
I had to make a decision. Am I going to come out and just try to explain this? And I sucked it up.
I've heard the story. We've told it on Mystery Fifth Hour. I don't think I don't think there would be much explaining needed, LT. I think everyone would have figured it out.
You could have been like Laszlo on Real Genius. You just live in the closet.
Yeah.
But that would be my weirdest. You?
Before I met Maggie, I was naked everywhere. I've been naked everywhere.
Weird thing to say.
I've been naked on a beach, but that was a honeymoon. But before that, I've been naked in hot tubs. I've been naked in pools after nights at bars. We would jump over.
Yeah, I don't think that's strange though.
Yeah, I'm just those are places I've been naked. I've been naked.
If you've been naked in a McDonald's, then
been naked in the woods camping. I've been naked. As a dare camping as a kid, when we stole plums, we probably were in
deviants,
4th, 5th, 6th grade. We would dare each other to run to the mailbox naked and come back to the tent, that kind of thing. I mean, nudity has never been a problem in my younger days.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Wow, sounds like some fun camp outs you had.
Yeah, seriously, you might want to question your friends.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can read stories of hazing that goes on even on college teams, like that Harvard hazing story that's going on right now. They had naked skates practices, skating at college.
I'm sick
allegedly.
Of it. I got a stomach bug.
Stuff's just weird to me.
It's uncomfortable.
So naked hot tub, naked swimming, none of that is strange. Okay, so none of that checks the box. I'll have to think then. I don't know if
my answer, like I didn't have really a good answer, and I think mine's more of an explanation as to why.
So making out with your girlfriend overlooking a cliff, is that strange naked? No, that's not strange.
Yeah,
naked.
I mean that's a little strange if you're just standing up. If you're at the what is it called? The top of
Peavine Falls here locally, Oak Mountain.
No, is it Oak Mountain? No, yeah. What is it called? Something Chair?
Ruffner Mountain?
Yeah, no, the King's Chair.
Yeah, if you're at King's Chair and you're just naked making out, yeah, that's probably a little strange.
Yeah, there's more people there.
I mean, if you're in a trunk naked, that would be weird.
I look at the back room though. I don't see a lot of weird nakedness there, so I can't wait to see that episode. You can get it on our YouTube channel. It's easy to get.
That's correct.
And like and subscribe when you're there, but give that a thumbs up as well as you do the live show here, being brought to you by our friends at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling. You ever been naked drinking Redmont before?
Dunaway, I'm sure I've been shirtless drinking Redmont. I don't know if I've ever been butt naked drinking Redmont. I'm sure our friend Charles Barkley has, one of the great faces behind it. Their aim, clarity and taste, color and smell. It is vodka perfection. Redmont vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package, ABC stores. And as Dunaway said, whether you're dressed or naked, it is the best vodka out there, asked for by name.
I think it's actually a little better naked, right? Great with clothes on, even better.
No, you know where one place I have never been naked is in the ocean. Like, I don't like the ocean to begin
I agree
with.
with that. I'm not going to be exposed in that area.
I've been naked on the beach.
A thin area of cloth is not going to help you much.
I mean, what if a barracuda got a hold of your junk?
Well, he can still do it with your britches on.
It's called bait, man.
What's he doing?
They like shiny
the barracuda
objects.
got his junk.
I mean, that'd be a bad way to go.
That would be a bad way.
Because you're
going
to bleed out, right? I mean, if a barracuda swipes your junk off, if he gets you like in the leg or the arm, you can probably tourniquet that up.
Yeah, that's probably the old death bite there. Last night, Tennessee got kicked out of the College World Series by LSU. And what was really amazing, if you watch that baseball game, is the guy they throw out there, Nate Alkenhausen, the pitcher. He had not gone longer than 4 innings all year. He had never started a game. So he ends up getting the start last night, and he goes 6 shutout innings against the powerful bats at Tennessee, and LSU eliminates Tennessee with that great pitching performance. The bullpen comes on the rest of the way, and LSU survives another day, and Tennessee's out. Here's Nate Alkenhausen talking about how he found out he was going to get his first ever start at LSU this year.
Nate, when exactly did you find out you were starting today, and what was your reaction?
Coach texted me at 8:56. I didn't respond until 11:10. I was sleeping in a little bit, so I think I just texted him, I'll give it all I got.
Yeah, I can confirm the time lapse.
I love it. 8:56, very specific. But what do you think, Coach is thinking?
This guy's not texting me back.
It's been 2 hours. Is he trying to, process this and see if he can do? It's interesting that LSU players all look like T-Bob Hebert.
Okay, pop that back up. So they all look like a little T-Bob Hebert. I mean, that's the third one over can be exactly T-Bob Hebert right there. Third one from the left.
Yeah. And even the far right, the Dylan Cruz kid, I mean, that's like a skinny like cousin of T-Bob.
But that is crazy. The coach is probably sitting here thinking, oh, my goodness, at some point before he says he thinks, Coach, he's going to ask for more NIL money or something.
Well, I mean, that's
2 hours.
It's pretty amazing when you've got a spot starter that comes in and goes, as you said, against that lineup, 6 innings, only gives up 4 hits and strikes out 7.
Well, that's what for LSU to have a chance still, that's what you had to have last night, right?
Yeah, and I just don't know how, once you get behind the 8 ball and have to beat a team twice, the caliber of Wake Forest, again, I know you had Florida coming into Omaha. I had LSU. LSU had that 2-run lead on Wake. I think it would be a hell of a situation if it was Wake having to beat LSU twice.
Right.
Because I think we'd have something there. I think
because Wake's pitching is so good.
Yeah, Wake has got 3 dominant starters, and I don't know if Wake has lost back-to-back games the entire year. I don't think they have.
Minus 136 Wake Forest tonight on the money line bet. 136. Is that skinny, or is that a pretty nice favorite for Wake?
Minus 136. It's pretty skinny. I mean, I could see LSU get one. I don't think LSU is going to get both.
Yeah, that's the hard part. And then you get to a best-of-3 championship series. Florida's minus 214 tonight against TCU, actually today, 1 o'clock. Florida and TCU at 1. TCU has to beat Florida twice. Wake Forest and LSU at 6 tonight, both games on ESPN. LSU has to beat Wake Forest twice. Championship series starts this weekend, the best-of-3 there. But great outing yesterday.
Is this predictable for you that it's going to be Florida and Wake? I mean, I find
from this point forward?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I find it hard to believe. TCU, they put big innings together. They did it again yesterday in that win over Oral Roberts. But I just don't see TCU being able to beat Florida twice. And again, Wake is just way too balanced.
They're better late, but I think they have. I think they were not as good earlier in the year, TCU, so they're peaking here. But I don't know if their pitching is good enough to get there. LSU though got a little pitching effort last night. But Wake Forest and Florida, I thought Wake Forest would break before now. I did not think they would be where they are, even though they were the number 1 seed. They're trying to do something Miami hasn't done, hasn't been done since Miami in 1999.
But you watched them against Bama, and that was really the first time I watched them.
I was surprised Bama was even in that super regional, and I did watch them. I just was like, Alabama had come from nowhere to make it to the supers.
Beat them by 17 runs.
Yeah, 22-5.
Yeah,
it was 5-4 the night before. But that was. It's a small ballpark. That was what I was factoring in with Wake Forest, too. Great pitching, but that's a small ballpark, and you get out to Omaha.
But it works both ways.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
It does.
And this benefits Wake with their great pitching.
But I didn't think Alabama was a –
No, I get that.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think they're a worthy team compared to what they were going to face out in Omaha.
But, again, baseball we know is such a weird sport, and Ole Miss was kind of that team last year that came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
You get hot at the right time. I mean, look at the Reds right now. Nobody wants to play the Reds.
Speaking of which, we'll get to that. Brought to you by our friends at A+. Red hot streak going on in Major League Baseball for the Reds and a lot of people. And if you're tired of that outdated bath or shower or kitchen or anything you have going on like the Browns were, one thing I'll tell you about my friend Jennifer Brown, when she gets her mindset on something, she is bound and determined to search the internet until she finds the first perfect person to fix that problem, and that was Brad Bell and the folks with A+ Tile Home Remodeling. Brad went out to the Browns' house. They took a look at the old bathroom, threw out an estimate, and it was just a great way to remodel the place. Brad's estimate actually less expensive and higher quality than those places that give you a completely one of those one step. You just cover up the old bathroom, the old shower, old bathtub. So much better when you use our friends at A+. Such a good job they did on the Browns house that LT, you called up Brad and the folks at A+.
I know Brown doesn't like my style, but I think you're going to be more impressed with my final product than Brown's.
Yeah, they do it everything, custom features. real tile. And they got financing options available, so stop looking at your old, ugly tile shower. Find a A-plus tile home remodeling shower that you like. You can see everything they offer on Facebook. You can contact them there. Beautifully finished bathrooms. Lance?
So Brad came out last Monday. I've been using the shower the last couple of days. The only thing that is not there yet is the glass. And I've ordered that through our friends at Nelson Glass. And, that obviously takes a little bit of time because you got to custom whatever the dimensions are.
Yeah, so call Brad today, 205-422-1758, 422-1758. And he serves Huntsville, Mobile as well. So wherever you're watching us in the state of Alabama, Brad Bell and A-plus Tile Home Remodeling can hook you up, 205-422-1758. So win streaks are the story. We talked yesterday about how the Cubs had gotten back into the hunt. Atlanta's won 7 straight. The Giants have won 9 straight. And the Reds have won 10 straight. It's 1957 the last time the Reds have won 11 straight. So next time they play today, they are shooting for something they haven't done since 1957. That's pre-Pete Rose, Sparky Anderson, and those guys.
Yeah, look, and they're playing with a ton of confidence right now. I mean, this is a team that, fortunately for them, they're playing in the Central. But right now, man, this is a team you don't want to play. And De La Cruz coming up. We talked about him over the last couple of weeks. Another big night for him.
Yeah, the 3 hits. He had a second home run. 11:35 today, Colorado and Cincinnati. The Braves got a win over the Phillies 4-2. They've won 7 straight. And then you called it last night, Clayton Kershaw coming out, Dodgers and Angels. And Kershaw comes out and pitches a gem, and the Dodgers shut out that great Angels lineup 2-0 to get the big win there.
I mean, look, the Dodgers right now with how banged up their staff is, I mean, Kershaw's got to pitch like this because, the Dodgers had lost 3 consecutive games for the first time this year. He basically single-handedly bailed them out, with Walker Buehler, Dustin May, Julio Urias all on the shelf. The only guy you can count on right now in that rotation is Clayton Kershaw.
So the Reds with a 10-game win streak, Giants at 9, and the Braves at 7, some of the hottest teams in baseball. And if you're wondering about Pittsburgh lately, the Pirates were having a great start. They've lost a lot of games in a row. I think it's like 8 games in a row now to fall out of contention in the National League Central for the time being. All right, so that's the day in baseball. When we come back, we'll get to the longest day of the year. LT says it never feels different to him. He explains that comment and a lot more. College football coming your way on the show that's being brought to you in part by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. New York Butcher getting you ready for another grilling weekend. Why not start tonight, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The New York Butcher Shop, 2 great locations. Stop by, go see Jim and the great staff. Pick up the finest certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes. Perfect dinner-to-go choice for you and your family. Ready to heat at home. Don't forget the huge deli sandwiches, catering options for your next business lunch meeting with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. The New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
What would it take for you to get a Rams tattoo?
You know, it's funny that you bring this up because Leighton was over on Father's Day, and she said, when are you getting your Rams tattoo? Because when the Rams were entering the postseason in 21, she said, if the Rams win the Super Bowl, will you get a Rams tattoo? And I was like, sure, I'll get a Rams tattoo. And so now she's like, almost every other time I see her, she's asking me when I'm getting a Rams tattoo.
Do you... You don't have a tattoo currently?
I do not have a tattoo currently.
Does she have one or want to get one?
She does not have one, and she does not want to get one.
Okay. So she just wants to see you get one?
Yeah.
Will you?
And I am glad she does not want to get one. Just because I think at her age, she just turned 20, that you can get something you think you're going to want forever, and in 2 or 3 years, you're going to be like, I don't want this on my body.
My daughter has a few, and support her 100% in that. So... are you going to get one?
I don't know where you put it. Like, there's not a good place for a tattoo.
You can put it on your shoulder blade. You can put something that's not visible at all. Like if you're embarrassed of it, you can like, well, that's on my shoulder blade. I'm hardly shirtless. I'm not done away. I'm not naked everywhere.
Or I could put the old Ram over my heart because it's where it should go.
Here's Mike Malone, head coach of the Denver Nuggets. He went out and got his Denver Nuggets championship tattoo. Finished it up yesterday, holding the trophy there and the old school Nuggets logo from the ABA days, the throwback logo. Little shine there after the tattoo artist finishes there.
I mean, when they fire him in 2 years, boy, he's going to love that tattoo.
Well, he'll always have that NBA championship trophy, though. That's what it's about. He got that NBA title. You will always have the Rams Super Bowl from that year, and that memory of telling your daughter that you're going to get the tattoo if they win it all.
So you guilting me now?
No, I'm just saying that he's not. I mean, you always seem like people are going to regret something. I mean, he's going to always have that. And maybe if he gets fired, it'll probably be the only NBA championship he ever wins. It's obviously a big thing. He worked his whole life to accomplish.
It, but I would have not gotten it so tacky. I would have gotten a better Nugget logo.
I assume that's the one he chose. He liked it better than the others. They have a lot of logos. The old classic ABA throwback.
He's excited about that trophy. Look at him.
Yeah.
Yosemite Sam.
Doing the splits. About to dunk that ABA basketball.
I mean, you got to give me that's one of the worst logos out there. Everybody dogs out that Cleveland Browns logo, but that old school Denver Nugget logo is terrible.
As opposed to what? Which one do they have now?
He could have just done that damn on his shirt right there with the two minor picks or whatever.
Yeah.
He could have done the old skyline of Denver. I thought that was a pretty good logo.
I like the throwback logos. I like that logo, as opposed to, the two minors picks.
You were dying to get a tattoo.
LT, I'm not. If I'm a grown man, if I wanted a tattoo, I could get a tattoo.
I know it's gone through your head a bunch.
I have, because my daughter asked if I would get one with her, and I chose not to. But I may. I mean, if I do, I may get one. I'm not dying to get one. But if you got a problem with your roof, though, Greg from Pell City is dying to get up on your roof right now. You can jump out there. Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing right there on Facebook. Jump out there, 205-542-3531, 542-3531 for a free no-cost roof inspection. Our friend Greg from Pell City has been with us a long, long time. You'll see his big black truck rolling around town, that one right there with the Next Round logo on it, Storm Restoration Roofing. If you see him in your neighborhood, run up and say, hey, Greg, I hear Dunaway talk about you all the time on the show. When can I get a free no-cost roof inspection? It's anytime, really. All you have to do is call Greg up or meet him in person, 205-542-3531. Look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Best warranties in the industries. Insurance companies trust them. You can, too. It is Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned. He and his wife own the company. Just great guys right there, and they'll take care of you. It is Storm Restoration Roofing, Greg from Pell City. There on Facebook. So it is the longest day of the year. And you, in the first segment, sort of said it never feels different to you. What did you mean by that?
No, it doesn't feel any different to me. I know there's a little more light out there, but.
Well, I think that's when they say it's the longest day of the year, Lunsford. That's what they're talking about. It's the most sunshine from sunrise to sunset.
Yeah, it's still 24 hours.
It may only be a couple extra minutes, so you're probably not going to feel it, but technically the longest day of the year.
Yeah, so I think you made it sound like it was not a big deal today for you, that it's the first day of summer, the longest sunlight.
I think it could be overplayed a little bit. Look, I like it to be more light than dark. I like the extended day.
There's not a lot of celebration for this day anywhere, is there? Yeah, I don't know if it's
sure
overplayed.
Somebody's throwing a party somewhere.
I don't know how it's
no, it was the first thing I heard this morning.
Call about 2 minutes tonight.
Yay! No, it was the first day you heard this morning. Where?
Okay, so when I was working out watching ESPN, they were talking about it. Right. And then when I got in the car, whatever channel I had it on, Sirius XM, they were talking about it.
Yeah.
And we're talking about it. So I'm just saying.
Well, we're talking about it because you brought it up. It was not on my list to do, but I did. Summer starts today and goes to September 23rd. So every day from now on, after today, gets a little darker earlier. Is that the way it works? I think that's right. Yeah. Okay. So we'll have a little less sunshine every day, a little less daylight every day, all the way till football season, and then that damn time change comes back.
It gets dark at 4:30.
Where it gets dark at 4:30. I do too, and I think that's why a lot of people, if there is any celebrations going on, celebrate today because it's the most daylight out there. They see the lights are going for the celebration.
No, the only thing that comes with the days getting shorter is we're closer to football.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. So no real belief that we're not, the Earth's not, you're not a flat earther. There's no real belief that the axis is not.
Not yet. I found out a couple of my friends are flat earthers.
There's no way.
I'm telling you. Can't make that up.
Do I know one of them?
Yeah.
I think it is who I think it is.
I'm just guessing you know who he is. He's probably listening right now.
That's awesome.
Love him to death, but yeah.
He thinks the Earth is flat still.
Well, so does Kyrie Irving. There's a segment of the population. I would say it's probably, I'm just going to randomly guess here, that it's 4% of our population thinks the Earth is flat.
Okay, look that up, Lunsford. Do you think 4% really believe it? Because I've always thought rockstar Kyrie Irving, I always thought he was just doing that
I don't think he is.
To be
it's almost like he did it for attention, but then he's like, I got to double down. Now I got to put research down because now I should have kept my mouth shut. It may have been a joke, but now I have to. People are reaching out to me. Thank you for speaking out for us, and you're not alone. So I'm just going to stick with it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I will go anywhere you want to go talking about aliens or who built the pyramids, anything like that. But when it comes to the Earth being round or flat, I'm out of that conversation.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. You could look. I think the universe is too big to say that we're the only species out there. I think there's probably a planet that's got other life forms on it somewhere in this infinite universe. I think that the pyramids, it's almost impossible to believe that man could have done that.
I just, when we send people up in space and we send those pictures back, I mean, did we get the perfect angle every time to show it looking round? I mean, you know, is it the perfect angle that the same picture?
You gotta have a wide ass lens, but
no, but I think they think that it's flat and then they cut out the circle.
You can't physically show.
I'm kidding.
I
don't know what they
You
think.
can't physically show the 3D-ness of a sphere. Like, that's just not physically possible.
But I mean, but do you think that at some point, I mean, as connected as we are in the world today, if the world was flat somewhere,
somebody'd fall off, right?
Somebody has to live on the edge.
Well, you know what? Maybe that's where that sub is right now. Maybe it floated over the edge.
That's where that Malaysian flight is, and that's where the sub is. Yeah,
I'm just saying somebody has to live close to the edge, right? Or somebody, like if we're
or fall off.
Yeah, like if our military ships are sailing around the globe, at some point, do they go upside down and come back on the bottom side?
Does
of
the water from the ocean just go into space?
I don't know. I love how beat up people get about the pyramid discussion. Jay Price, man built the pyramid. It's a little insulting to the Egyptians and their slaves that man didn't build them. We don't know that. How heavy were those damn stones?
They were tons.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just the flat Earth I don't understand. I'm open for the Kennedy conspiracies. I'm open for all those conspiracies. I do not believe everything I've been told my whole life about things.
Yeah, I believe that obviously there was more than Lee Harvey Oswald when it came to that. Bigfoot, NW or M Wires 14 over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive. I don't believe in the Bigfoot thing.
You don't believe there is a...
No, we got too many cameras out there now. We would have gotten Bigfoot.
Well, we see him. We just never catch them. That's my problem. You never see a pack of big feet. Pies, big footies,
Yetis,
big feet.
Yeah. And they say that they're just very private when they die because you'd see their carcass everywhere. Where they're very private and they bury their dead. That's why you don't see carcasses.
Every picture's blurry. It's weird.
Yeah.
Every picture's blurry.
Yeah.
By the way, I pulled up the University of New Hampshire Carsey School of Public Policy did a survey, and they asked the question: is the Earth flat, not round? 10% agree, 9% unsure, 80% disagree. I feel like that's a little high. I've seen other people say that it's lower, but
so I think I'm probably right about 4%, right?
Yeah, 4 or 5% actually probably sounds about right.
Listen, I think if
you had to believe in one myth or conspiracy theory out there, what is it?
I believe the CIA had something to do with offing Kennedy. Is that what you're looking for? Something like that?
Oh, yeah. I mean, did we have somebody explain it to us?
Brother and cousin brother Dave.
Yeah.
We never got him back on, and I thought he was so fascinating.
Yeah, I'd love to get him back on.
I would too.
Yeah.
Talk about the flat Earth. Does he got anything on that?
Oh, I'm sure he does. He told me last time I talked to him was that his new thing he's working on is the Titanic did not exist. There's nothing at the bottom of the ocean.
They were looking for something down there.
Yeah,
wow.
That is not the Titanic. It never existed. It was a big government ploy.
James Cameron has a good imagination.
Them?
I don't know. He didn't get into it, but he's like, I've been working on this, and I got some good stuff. And I was like, I bet you do.
Well, he just needs to visit Gatlinburg like everybody wants to and go to the Titanic Museum, which I did. I don't think they created that out of nothing.
I mean, there's things called Disney. You can create anything.
I saw the manifest. It looked legitimate.
It was on Netflix.
Paper looked old.
James Cameron saw it.
Yeah.
It's the same. That's the same city, LT, where Maggie and I could go up there, and I could look like a gunslinger, and she could look like a saloon girl.
You ever been naked in Gatlinburg?
Does that? What's that little hotel town just south of Gatlinburg?
Pigeon Forge.
Yeah, Pigeon Forge.
Okay.
Does Pigeon Forge count?
Yeah, it's attached to Twin Cities. Any chance we can get cousin brother on?
Yeah, I'll get him.
I mean, whenever we got time.
Yeah, we're open Thursday, Friday, Monday. Just let me know.
Okay.
All
I'll
right.
reach out.
When we come back, we will get to our 40 and 40 team today, and then Taylor Tannebaum joins us next hour as well from the ACC Network. Show being brought to you in part today by our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com. JohnstonRVCenter.com. That's where all of our guests show up at johnsonrvcenter.com. And if you want to go explore Bigfoot this year, you got a chance to do that with a new ride from Johnson RV. It's a great way to get out and see America right now. Our friends at johnsonrvcenter.com. You can jump on there and learn new details at johnsonrvcenter.com about the 2023 travel trailers from $179 a month, the fifth wheels at $439 a month, plus closeout pricing right now on the remaining 2022s. Military discount for all active and retired military personnel as well. The winner of the Coleman Times Best of the Best Award 6 years in a row now is johnsonrvcenter.com. Lifetime warranty included on all new campers and used campers 2 years old or newer. Friendly service and lifetime support after the sale. With great customer services, our friends at Johnson RV, johnsonrvcenter.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or Michelson. LaserVision.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
LT is going to tell us about Woodhouse here, day spa, to start us off with our headlines. Right now, Brandon Miller expected to go number 2 overall, the former Alabama star, in the NBA draft tomorrow night. That according to Woj and ESPN. Those odds flipped last night. Charlotte has that pick, number 2 overall. In baseball last night, LSU eliminated Tennessee, battle of 2 SEC teams in an elimination game. That sets up now the Final Four Florida today, 1 o'clock, still unbeaten, taking on TCU. The Horned Frogs have to beat them twice. And then at 6 o'clock tonight, Wake Forest still unbeaten, taking on LSU. LSU has to beat them twice. The survivors of those two series end up in a best-of-3 series for the national championship out in Omaha. And reports out of Morgantown, the folks that cover West Virginia, say the current players, the current rosters, are in favor of current UAB head coach Andy Kennedy being the choice of the next coach at West Virginia. No word yet on the search of A.D. Wren Baker, or even if Andy is interested in the job or not. But that is one story coming out of Morgantown with that job search there. Tell us about Woodhouse, LT.
Yeah, treat that special someone to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's Best Day Spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. Choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatments, skin care, waxing. We were talking about manicures, pedicures. They do that as well. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's Best Day Spa since 2009. Order that special person gift online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift card, simple solution. Buy them 24/7 or just stop by the Summit Shopping Centers and tell Casey and Stuart the Next Round sent you.
We talked a little bit about tattoos and stuff in the first hour and maybe some fears and things out there. I'm afraid of heights. You afraid of heights?
I don't like heights.
Joey McGuire is a guy who doesn't love heights either. He's the head coach at Texas Tech. He was asked about how many retweets would a story get of this crane outside of the expansion going on in Lubbock, Texas, that crane right there. How many retweets for you to climb this crane? And he said 3,000, and I'm in. As you would imagine.
Big mistake.
Quickly over 3,000. And Joey McGuire, who's doing a heck of a job, high school legend out there, of rebuilding Texas Tech reputation. He makes the climb yesterday. He goes up there, and that's him on top of the crane above the stadium as the Red Raider Club logo there and Texas Tech showing off the video. He did it. He got on top. More to come from that. But the still shots and everything at Texas Tech saying he was never in any danger. The greatest crew in the world there went up and down with him. Every safety precaution known to mankind, folks at OSHA took care of it.
I don't want to debunk this and call him a liar, but if he was really scared of heights, he never would have thrown that out there. It's a great recruiting tool, great marketing piece for Texas Tech because we're talking about it, we're showing it. But I wouldn't even throw a number out there for myself to climb that crane, would you?
No, there's no way I could get out there. And I say that thing is OSHA caged all the way, don't even need a harness. I'm climbing a ladder, so I don't care if it's caged or not. I need a harness because if my arms get tired climbing up that ladder, I'm going to slip and fall. M. Meyer says if he zip lines off that thing, then I'll be impressed.
Yeah, I would be impressed with that too. Yeah. You know, there's certain things that don't bother me that much. Like if you go to the Hancock Building in Chicago. They've got the Signature Room. So they got a bar, restaurant, and I forgot what floor it's on. It is high, and you can see all of Chicago, and it's pretty amazing. I mean, you can see Wrigley Field, Soldier Field, all this stuff from up there. That doesn't bother me sitting there like having a beer. Now, when you go to the Sears Tower and you walk out over that ghost ledge, that's when it starts to bother me.
Right. If they're like, I don't mind the view. I like being up high. I just don't like if there's an opportunity for something to break or for you to fall or wind to blow you over a rail or something like that.
Yeah, well, there's something about looking down, like when you're right on top of it. And I forgot what the exact height is of when the fear of heights starts. I think it's 27 feet. And I know that's random, but I remember this because we had a class. It was a CRIP class at Alabama. It was called Military Science. Everybody took it. We got to shoot M16s, but we had to rappel. And they put you at the height that people started to become afraid of heights. And I think it was 27 feet.
Was sort of the working average, yeah.
It was amazing. Like, you know, every other person was scared to death to rappel down that thing.
20 feet, 2 basketball goals high would scare me a little bit. I don't swim well, but I think I could jump 10 feet into some water. I don't know if I could jump 20 feet off the edge into some water. Maybe.
So Chimney Rock, how much would it cost for you to jump off Chimney Rock?
There's no way because of the. I'd love to know how many of you have jumped off Chimney Rock, which is in Alabama here down on Lake Martin. No way, because there's the opportunity of me not getting far enough out.
I have just seen some of the aftermath pictures of people in their bruising.
Right.
In like ripped bathing suits. And obviously somebody dies every year jumping off Chimney Rock. I wouldn't do it, but if you pay me enough, I would do it.
I don't have a lot of upper body strength, and I've told the story before, but you never really know until you do something. And my whole life I've seen people on vacation in the Caribbean zip lining off of, the cliffs, dropping into the water. So I did it on our honeymoon.
Well, I had a girlfriend at Chimney Rock that begged. It was the 4th of July weekend, and we had boats were just all over the place. Like it was a traffic jam. And she wanted to jump, and I said, I'm not doing that. And so 2 of my friends went with her. They jumped, and then she delayed herself for about 30 minutes where people were just screaming, take your top off, and all that stuff. And finally, she just did it, but she
Took
jumped.
her top off?
No.
Oh.
She jumped.
Was this one that talked like a baby?
Yes.
Yeah.
She jumped. Well, I would say she fell, and she landed in a sitting position, and it destroyed her lower back. Like she had to go. We had to do something. That was another story where she had to get a special shot in her back or everything because her back was screwed up for about a year.
See,
so she
landing
got a
is
block in her back from jumping off.
Yeah. Landing in a sitting position, like with your legs out, like just ass first.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Can you hit flat like that?
Huge
I mean,
bruise.
if that happened to a guy, I mean, you're done.
Yeah. No, I've never done it. A lot of you have. And I appreciate it. We always go by there and we watch people jump off.
Yeah, good for you. I don't think it's the smartest thing to do, just because if you land the wrong way, you could paralyze yourself, you could die. I mean, that happens all the time. But hey,
it's not the
fun
heights.
to watch it.
It's not the heights. It's the fear of falling. I see all that in there, and that's what it is to me. It's about falling. It's time to do our 40 and 40 today, brought to you by our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. We'll talk to Taylor Tannebaum, ACC Network, in the next segment. But today is not an ACC team. We'll tell you who it is after you tell us about UCA.
Yeah, compassionate and comprehensive urological care. 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. You can visit that Men's Health Center. Is absolutely beautiful. It's helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. And remember, June is Men's Health Month. Men's Health Month serves as a reminder that prioritizing our well-being is not a luxury, but a necessity. It's time to focus on the specific health concerns that impact men. Visit urologycentersalabama.com to schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
All right, let's see who's next in our rankings. 28 is the Baylor Bears, slightly ahead of the Auburn Tigers. UTSA, Auburn, and Baylor in today at number 28. And they were a disappointment last year. They took a step back a little bit in what was a league full of disappointments. But I think that shows, LT, because that Baylor team with Blake Shapen is a pretty good little team. And he's back at quarterback, already been named the starter. But it's that Big 12 had a lot of parity last year, and that impacted the Baylor Bears.
Well, it did, but you go from winning the Big 12 championship and finishing in the top 5 at the end of 2021 to going 6-7 and losing your final 4 games. And a lot of it was Shapen. I mean, he was very inconsistent. The 3 games he started as a freshman, he was lights out. Didn't throw a pick, completed over 70% of his passes. I don't know. I can't get a read on Aranda. I think Aranda was a really good defense coordinator, had a really good year in 2021, and then had a very average year last year.
The run game was different last year, and we'll talk to Jeff Grimes coming up, the Baylor offensive coordinator, who, what he did at BYU and early on at Baylor, one of the hottest names in coaching, so much so he was in the discussion for the Auburn head coaching job. He'll join us at 11:30 to talk more Baylor football. But, when your running game takes a step back like it did last year, that impacts your quarterback directly. That makes it harder on him.
Yeah, but I thought the running game wasn't that bad. I mean, Richard Reese was an All-American as a freshman. He had close to 1,000 yards and 14 touchdowns.
Yeah, close to 1,000 yards.
Yeah.
And not the same as he was the year before. He's back, though, too, right?
Yeah, he is back.
Yeah, so that helps.
Shapen's back. They've got to totally retool the offensive line. You don't have a go-to dominant receiver. I don't know what to expect. The defense was bad last year, too.
And that's what was surprising.
Yeah, they dropped to giving up 371 yards per game. They were giving up 27 points per game. Defense has got to get better. When I look at the schedule, they're probably going to be favored in 8 games. I think 8-4, 7-5 is the number this year for Baylor. But they've got some big swing games, and especially when you look at the month of September. Have you seen their September schedule?
I have, yes.
Yeah, and it's interesting.
For those that haven't, tell people who it is.
So they open with Texas State. That should be a win. But then you've got Utah coming to Waco. That's a coin flip game.
Yeah, great game. Great early game.
And then another win with Long Island. But then you've got Texas coming to Waco. And then you end September in Orlando taking on a new Big 12 member in Central Florida. So, it could be 2-3. It could be 5-0. If I'm a Baylor fan, if I can get 4-1 coming out of September, I feel pretty good.
Yeah, with that one loss, which one would you expect it to be if they were 4-1? Texas or Utah?
Probably Texas.
Texas?
Yeah.
And see, that's the problem when you look at Baylor's defensive numbers, is that you had TCU offensively last year, Kansas State, who ended up winning the Big 12. Texas, surprisingly, had really good receivers. Bijan at run game and Quinn Ewers was good. Oklahoma at one point had a good offense going until Dylan Gabriel got hurt. So you had some talent offensively in that league last year. McGuire at Texas Tech putting up some good numbers with his team down there in Lubbock. So it's a tough league.
Well, a couple of things Aranda's got to like. You don't get Oklahoma this year, and Oklahoma should be improved. I don't know if they're going to be as good as Baylor or not, but your road games outside of going to Manhattan and taking on Kansas State, TCU's not going to be nearly as good, I don't believe.
I don't either.
And then you go to Central Florida, as I mentioned, and you go to Cincinnati, another new member of the Big 12, and I don't think either one of those teams is going to be that good.
Yeah. So again, it's the first year without the balanced schedule. We'd gotten so used to that balanced schedule. Baylor, there's their schedule. Tripp says I'm bearish on Baylor this year.
Have you ever been to Waco?
I've driven past it. I've never stopped in there. No.
I mean, that's still the tradition with the bear pounding out of Dr. Pepper, right?
I don't know. I've never been there. Don't know that tradition.
Yeah, is that a myth too? Because you would think that ESPN by now would have shown the bear drinking a Dr. Pepper, unless Peter got involved and said that it was bad for the bear or something.
I don't even know.
You've never heard that?
I've never heard of that. No. Anybody else? Nobody behind there?
We got nothing.
Nothing.
Wow. I didn't dream this. I was told that so Dr. Pepper was obviously created in Waco.
Right.
And then I heard that you can train a bear to do a lot. I've seen them ride a tricycle before.
But I didn't even know they had a live mascot at Baylor.
I think they back at again. Peter could have got involved. I heard he was like in a hole, and then they'd hand him a Dr. Pepper, and he'd knock it down. Now maybe this is
yeah. Rusty's never heard of that either.
Carl slept in a hole in Sling Blade. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Well, then that makes sense.
Yeah. Kevin saying edibles are a hell of a drug. I heard this when I was like in 7th or 8th grade. I thought it was a real thing.
Yeah, never heard of that. Never heard of that.
I don't know any Baylor grads. If I knew a Baylor grad, well, you know what, Matt Mosley. But I wouldn't know if he's going to be serious or not.
That's right. You wouldn't know if he was serious. Yeah. I mean, we've got the internet though, LT. If there's a picture somewhere of a Baylor bear drinking a Dr. Pepper, if
Scott
it really
is currently working on it.
Okay. That is our 40-40 team today. Baylor at number 28 as we try to get you ready for the college football season. I did not have them in my top 25, so
I did not either.
There is Baylor at 25. We'll talk to Jeff Grimes coming up in the next hour. That's brought to you by our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama.
Yeah, again, June is Men's Health Month. Men's Health Month serves as a reminder that prioritizing our well-being is not just a luxury, but a necessity. Time to focus on the specific health concerns that impact men. You can go to the Men's Health Center and check it out for a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can also book that appointment today. Go to urologycentersalabama.com.
All right. Interesting. By the way, USFL this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Saturday, Pittsburgh and Michigan on NBC. Sunday, first playoff game for the Birmingham Stallions at home since 1985. 1985. Birmingham and New Orleans, 6 o'clock on Fox. You can get your tickets at theusfl.com. Forrester has the picture for us. Here is a bear on a chain drinking a Dr. Pepper. Looks to be in 1965, the way that looks to me.
Yeah, I mean, that guy's sideburns.
Yeah,
he looks like, what was the dude's name in Mad Men that was in charge of, Harry.
In charge of television, yeah.
Yeah.
Television
Harry
research.
Crane. Bear looks thirsty. Looks like he's enjoying his Dr. Pepper there.
Doesn't look to be an officially sanctioned athletic event, though, does it?
How big was Baylor football back then?
Lunsford's got something.
So the bear, originally named Buckshot, was the pet of local businessman Herbert E. Mayer. It was known to perform circus tricks and drink a bottle at Mayer's business. So I guess that's the bottle they're talking about. The bear was housed at the Cotton Palace Zoo. It became too large to keep, and that was one of the first live mascots they had at Baylor.
So, I mean, look, the bear almost looks like they've got a little person or a kid in a bear outfit. It doesn't look, I mean, the way he's standing up so straight and everything and so polite, there's no stick in that guy's hand, no poker, nothing to.
Well, that's a young bear. So
yeah, what do you think the chances the Destin bear is somehow related to this bear?
Oh, pretty good. Got to be. Yeah. Cousins.
I mean, it's Southern Hemisphere, right?
I don't think the people that are walking by don't seem very impressed. They seem almost annoyed.
Well, that's his pickup toy is that bear.
It ain't working.
Yeah.
That's about as close to the wall and stairs you can get there for those young ladies walking by, right?
Yeah, and you can see their angle. They're all like the left shoulder's out, like they're all walking towards away from the bear.
Bad body language.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would too. I don't trust a guy handing a Dr. Pepper to a live bear who's on a very short leash. That's an iconic photo.
I'd rather parade the puppy around than the black bear.
Yeah. Did you get my text about your possible next dog? I sent you a text. Were you
interested?
No,
I brought that up. It was Michael that reached out yesterday. We were doing Next Round Cocktail Hour, and he said that the Rhodesian Ridgeback, he knew somebody. And those are great dogs. It's just they've got a similar look as far as coloring and the build as a Vizsla, but I want a Vizsla. So I appreciate him at least reaching out. Again, anybody got a 1 to 4 year old rescue, I'm ready for it.
Yeah, Vizsla only, though, is what we're looking for. We appreciate that. We appreciate our friends at UCA. We'll continue the football conversation with Taylor Tannebaum, ACC Network, coming up on the other side. The show being brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Not just about weight loss. For me, it was blood pressure and cholesterol. As I get a little bit older, those numbers started to skew up a little bit, and I had to change a little bit about my diet. Way to Wellness was there to help me out. Leslie and her board-certified team will do the same for you. No plan is the same. Everything is different specifically for you. And for me, it includes a few protein bars every day, my own lunch, my own dinner that I come up with. You can get a plan for you right now by going to their website, which is a great website name. planforme.com. You just type that in, planforme.com. That'll take you to the Way to Wellness website. You'll find out there a very affordable plan there, but there's no contract, there's no sign-up fees, and you can talk to Leslie and her board-certified team for free. It's a free consultation to find out if it works for you. It's Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Again, that website is planforme.com. We'll talk to Taylor Tannebaum on the other side from the ACC Network right here on The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy lifestyle loans do not require collateral and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy lifestyle loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, coffee lovers, the Next Round blend is available right now. Our specialty coffee roasted on demand with 100% Arabica beans, available in light, medium, and dark roast. Order today at nextround.store, nextround.store.
We're going to keep our football conversation going here in just a second. 66 days away from week 0. We'll be in Nashville this year for SEC Media Days with live concerts on the street at night. Looking forward to that. That's in 26 days, so football is just around the corner. We'll talk to our friend Taylor Tannebaum from the ACC Network after LT tells us about our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, if you wear glasses or contacts, you are wasting money each and every year. I'm speaking from experience. I wore the contacts for about a decade. Finally called Dr. Mark Michelson, got the procedure done, only took 12 minutes for both eyes, 2015 vision, better than 2020. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, best in the business. Stop procrastinating. Make the phone call that I made, 205-969-8100. Ask for Amy Toe. The Next Round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
You see her on the ACC Network every day now, but you may have seen her at Auburn or Alabama games or in your local TV markets like Huntsville or Indianapolis over the years. Taylor Tannebaum is on the show. Taylor, welcome in. LT is a dog lover as well. I know you are a dog lover. You have one dog close by you right now? There you go. You're muted right now, by the way, if you'll unmute your microphone. But what a good dog to snooze
Rookie
in there.
mistake.
Yeah.
Hello, guys. Here's Mitch. He's never far away. That's
Okay,
the thing.
so Mitch is the coloring of a Vizsla. I'm a big Vizsla guy, Taylor.
Yep.
I don't know if you know much about Vizslas, but yeah, Mitch, good-looking dog.
Yeah, they're color twins. That red to him. He's a good boy. He's a little mad right now because it's raining. So he'll just have to listen to the show and enjoy it.
Hey, before we get to it, you've always got a good shoe game going on when I watch you on the ACC Network. Now, I don't know if you're wearing any right now because you're indoors, but just what's the pair of choice today?
No shoes today. I'm big on just like the lows. I'm a big ones or low dunk kind of gal.
See,
and I've got
the Midas
you go.
gold on today. How about that?
Nice.
Yeah, it's really weird that the dunks, the USCs are the red and white. You would think this would be the USC, but this is the Midas gold.
Yeah, that doesn't make any
It doesn't
sense
make
at
any
all
sense,
because
no.
that seems much more par for the course. I'm trying to, I'm stacking one at a time. I've hit a couple of times here recently on sneakers, so I feel like I'm on a streak. When that happens, it's a good day.
But as you travel around and you guys do a lot of shows on site in some Nike schools, UNC, by the way, could you not work deals with some of the shoe guys there and pull a pair or two?
So I've gone back and forth on Twitter. UNC, for the athletes, they'll release some exclusive pairs that only the athletes get or only the football players get. And I said, I have eligibility remaining. Just try me. If you send me a pair of shoes, we can try and work something out. They kind of laugh in your face a little bit, but we'll work Mac Brown a little bit. They're good to us. Mac Brown's good to us. We'll see what I can conjure up this season.
You and I, when we were setting up the interview, you said, I was like, hey, if there's one or two things you want to hit on about the ACC, throw them my way, and we'll make sure we get to them. And one thing you fired back at me was, hey, Louisville's schedule is very interesting. And it was something we touched on briefly earlier this spring. So let's start there as we jump into this. New coach at Louisville. but they do have a schedule that has caught your attention and a lot of people's attention, right?
Well, first of all, scheduling wise, I'm pumped for the ACC in the sense that divisions are gone. And I know the SEC is going to do that whole deal too, which is awesome because I just think it gives everyone more opportunity. You're going to see the best of the best in that final weekend coming up in December. And that's a beautiful thing. So ever evolving schedule, right? It's never a conversation that's dead. But with that being said, Louisville with Jeff Brom at the helm, that offense is going to be explosive. He's coming over from Purdue, and what he did there, leading them back to the top of the Big Ten West, was pretty incredible. And their schedule shapes up nicely. So when you're looking at like who's going to make it to Charlotte at the end of the year, sure, Clemson, Florida State, UNC, they have the Heisman talent. They have the guys up and down the roster. They have the experience, right? But you also have to look at like who are you facing, when and where. And if you look at the teams you would think are favored in the ACC, Louisville does not have Clemson. Louisville does not have Florida State, and Louisville does not have North Carolina with the Drake May at quarterback. And what they do have is their arch rival Kentucky at home. They have Virginia Tech and Virginia at home, which they've struggled mightily last year. They have Duke at home, so that's on their home field. Notre Dame is a massive game, but for them too, that's on their home field in Louisville. And, people are going to be really excited for this Jeff Brom era. So I would say the crowds are going to come out, and if it shapes up well, it could be a good year one for the Cards.
Are you a little surprised at how hyped up Florida State is? Look, and I know they closed the season winning 5 consecutive games or 6 consecutive games, and they finished ranked higher than Clemson, but they lost at home to Clemson last year. And it's like everybody's forgotten about Clemson just because they hadn't won a national championship in a few years.
And that's the thing I keep harping on is, look, I'm a Florida State alum, and I wear that on my sleeve. I don't think there's any question about that. But with that being said, I will not count Clemson out until they prove me otherwise. And I will not put Florida State ahead of them until they prove me otherwise. Because look, the reality of the situation is, do they have the talent on the roster? 100%, no doubt about it. 87% of their production returning from last year. And you have a Jordan Travis who's going to be a year better. They're killers of the transfer portal. Florida State is. They've done an outstanding job in that aspect. But with that being said, they haven't had this kind of pressure. They haven't had this kind of expectation in a very long time, since the Jameis days or the DeAndre Francois days. I remember when they went into that Alabama kickoff, the Chick-fil-A kickoff game, in 16, and they had whatever it was, 16 or 17, and they had these massively high expectations. He breaks his leg. It was awful. And really, they haven't been the same since then. They took a real nosedive after that. So handling expectation is the key. And you do have to remember, while they did close strong last year, and really the year before too, they haven't beaten a real, yes, LSU at the beginning of last year. And by the end of the season, we found out they were SEC West champs. That is great. But with the expectation, with this level of talent, they haven't beaten someone of that caliber like a Clemson, or even they lost to Wake Forest last year too. They had a 3-game skid and came out on the other side with really playing free, right? No expectation. So how do they handle the pressure this year? So I would agree with you. I'm still going to consider Clemson as the top dog, because that's what they've been, and they've proven that they can handle whatever's thrown their way. If Florida State can handle expectation, they have the arsenal to be able to do this.
And again, on your show and traveling around, did Florida State fans, did they blame the last few years before Norvell got it turned around on Jimbo Fisher? Was there a lot of dislike for Jimbo with that fan base?
You know what? I think it's really split down the middle, and I think it's less to do with Jimbo as more. I mean, I feel like, yes, there is some animosity there, but I think it was also more of just like, you kind of left us high and dry in the sense, which I don't really understand that take. I think everything has its cycle and everything moves accordingly. I think they kind of got past that, and Willie Taggart is where more of the blame is now, if you ask a Florida State fan. I think he inherited a team that still had potential in a sense, and you have very fertile recruiting grounds, and obviously you're a brand name, and there's no reason you can't pick up where somebody else left off. I would think the blame is more on that sector than Jimbo Fisher. I think people have kind of turned the page, and they are very appreciative still of the fact that, hey, he helped Florida State win a national championship, and we all know that's not easy to do.
I know it was year one, but one of the most disappointing teams last year in college football, the Miami Hurricanes. I mean, Tyler Van Dyke, the way he closed 2021, he looked to be an elite quarterback, took a nosedive. The team goes 5-7. They're paying Cristobal a ton of money. NIL seems to be kicking. What's the expectation year two for Cristobal?
The expectation is, first of all, if you want to put it bluntly, 5-7 is not going to cut it at Miami. And for all those reasons you just named, because of the talent, because it is Miami and they're expected to be good, because they're paying all this money to Mario Cristobal, who's supposed to come back to his alma mater and save the day. And granted, you have to give people some time, right? It's not like Miami's been this dominant power that sometimes we perceive them to be. We say every year Miami is back. But the expectation this year is, first of all, you have to make a bowl game and you have to be competitive. There were times on the field last year, and I think Coach Cristobal would even say it, like they were just not even competing. It was almost like they had the physicality that he preaches so much was just absolutely not there. So at the end of the day, when you have the expectations Miami does, you have to be competing for an ACC championship. Do I think that's going to happen this year? Not necessarily, but I think 7 or 8 wins is a minimum to define success for this Miami team this season. And even still, you're going to have people saying that's not enough. Because I do think that the talent on this roster, Tyler Van Dyke, we've seen is an NFL caliber quarterback. The good news is they did look themselves in the mirror and say, hey, we need a new OC. We need a new DC. Lance Guidry on the defensive side. I kind of am okay on that side. I think he's has a track record of success. I think they have talent on that side. It's more offensively. What can you do with that talented quarterback that you have?
You know, I've seen you at Clemson and other campuses. Have you been on the Miami campus? And if you have, what's their facilities like? I've always wondered about that because I know that they don't play on campus, but their practice facilities, their football buildings, you've grown up covering the SEC. Yeah. You went to Big Ten country. You've been all over the ACC now. Does Miami's facilities stack up? Are they improving? Is that something they're working on there?
So the investment is there 100%. And Dan Radakovich is now the athletic director down there. And he did wonderful things at Clemson and really built them up to help where they are today. And they're making improvements there. What's so funny is I'm from Fort Lauderdale and I've been to basketball at Miami at the Watsco Center, but I've never been truly on campus and walked around, which is so strange and kind of pathetic. I should probably get on that and hopefully we have a road trip there soon. But they are in the process of building a football only facility, which is going to be incredible. It's like 7 or so stories high. The technology inside and the amenities are insane. So the focus on football is absolutely there. That's what they were lacking for several years is they want to be good. They want to be this brand like the 2000s, but they didn't really necessarily have the investment. It is such an academic and small private school, but they're getting there. And that building that they're getting set to build is, I think, going to help with the dynamic of making sure football is the power down there again.
I saw you do the famous slide at Clemson.
I did it.
Is their facility unbelievable?
I walked out of there like this. There are NFL teams that don't have this kind of facility and this kind of access to this great stuff. It was truly remarkable. And granted, I worked in the SEC and Alabama's facilities are insane. I remember walking through from the practice field one day and just seeing like what the breakfast spread was just sick at Alabama. I was like, this is insane. I couldn't even imagine having this. But Clemson is right up there. And they're continuing to add to it. It is such a cool environment that they have there. It really is like a true family feel as big as it is. And that slide is much faster than you would think it looks. It's deceiving. It was honestly scary. I fell on my butt at the bottom and I got up really quickly because you're just like so nervous, like who's watching you go down this slide. So hopefully no one has video of the aftermath.
And you're an athlete to end up in your ass. Yeah. That's pretty bad.
No, it was embarrassing. But I don't think anyone was really in there. But they do. Apparently, players really use that slide to get from upstairs to downstairs to the fields quicker because it's the fastest way. So imagining a 300-pound kid going down that slide, like just multiple of them, one at a time, is would be a sight for sore eyes, I'd say.
And they've got a barbershop, right?
Yes, they have a barbershop and somebody that comes in, which I thought was really cool. And I actually learned that the barbershop was built and expanded by a former Clemson player. Like he's into engineering and construction now, and he helped expand the barbershop. So just a really cool vibe. The game room in there is outstanding. They have like a nap room, the whole section that they have for rest and recovery with all the massages. They call it like the castle. Pretty incredible just to see where college football has come is just, it's wild. These facilities are unmatched.
Hey, so real quick, I asked you about Cristobal. On the other end of that spectrum in year one, Mike Elko. I mean, the job he did at Duke
just fantastic. I mean, could have been up for Coach of the Year. So 9-4 last year, 17 returning starters, including Riley Leonard, who's such a versatile guy, one of the more underrated quarterbacks in all of college football. How shocked would you be on a scale of 1 to 10 if it's Duke playing either Clemson or Florida State in the ACC championship game?
So on a scale of 1 to 10, the only reason I'm even gonna go I'll go middle of the road because it could go either way is because their schedule. So I know we mentioned at the start of this Louisville schedule, Duke's schedule does them absolutely no justice. They start off against Clemson. They have Northwestern, which was a great game last year, but they have a Notre Dame. They have Florida State at Florida State. They have North Carolina at North Carolina. They have a tough road. Now, I will say, it wouldn't necessarily surprise me because I, for one, am the biggest Riley Leonard stan that you are going to find on ACC Network. I promise you that. I know he's a Fairhope guy, comes from Alabama, and it stinks that he even got out of the state, but I'm happy for the ACC in general. Such an outstanding human being and a really incredible athlete. The only reason I would say is because their schedule is tough, but man, they too have a ton of production returning and a quarterback that I think is only going to get better this year. And I just love their confidence. They have this sneaky confidence about them. Like, you can count us out. It doesn't really matter. They had the same roster last year pretty much as they did the year before, which was just a really tough year for them. And what they came out and did with a couple of tough road games too was remarkable. So I don't know that I'd say surprised. I'll maybe go middle of the road only because I think their schedule is going to be challenging. So while the numbers, I would say record-wise may not be as good as last year, I think they're still going to be an outstanding team. It's just the road's a little bumpy.
Okay, before you made it to the ACC network, you were in Indianapolis, and you were there for a few years. We were up for the national championship game 2 years ago when it was 18 degrees. Basically, it felt like every day, and spitting ice at us all the time. Tell us something nice about Indianapolis. I've been there for the 500, my old Lexington, Kentucky days. But it was not the best trip for a lot of Alabama folks to maybe their first trip ever to Indianapolis. Tell us something great about that city why we should go back.
Why you should go back. It's a great, small, big city. You're going to find good food. You're going to find good humans. Like, I know Southern hospitality is a thing, but there's something about that Hoosier Midwest hospitality. And you got to go back like in the spring, like this time of year, now that you've gotten out of May where it literally rains every day. June's a really good time to go. You can walk around, you can see the sights. The zoo is really cool. And they're popping up with new things every day. And I think the sports there on the up and up. I know I just left, but don't look now. Anthony Richardson's coming to lead the Colts back to victory. So.
So Florida State fans saying this about a Florida Gator. I was just blown away.
I know, I'm saying.
I was going to get beer to watch my Rams on the final Sunday of the year against San Francisco when we were in Indy, and I went to the grocery store, and they don't sell cold beer on Sundays. It's the weirdest thing in the world.
Yeah, that doesn't necessarily surprise me. I remember when I lived in Dothan, Alabama, they had just passed the law that you could buy alcohol on Sundays, and that was in like 2013.
Yeah, but we expect that in Alabama. I thought
I know, but it's still a little quaint like that. I think people sometimes forget, like the Midwest is still a little bit, it's kind of like that too. It has that vibe to it. And I will say, Jim, since you just mentioned the Indy 500, if that's when you want to go to Indianapolis during the Indianapolis 500, whether it's that week or that weekend, the vibes around the city are unmatched. Everybody is on the same page. You'll see checkered flags outside everyone's doors. And it's just the best time in the world. Like, it could be, there's something about the aura that comes around Indianapolis during that week and that month of May that, you can't really explain it. It just kind of happens.
Boy, I mean, hell, you're a Fort Lauderdale girl, Florida State, Tallahassee. You worked in Dothan and Huntsville and Indianapolis and now in Charlotte. You've had a nice variety.
I literally have a little taste of everything. And it's honestly the best thing that I've ever done. If I had never left South Florida, I would have never known what living in the South and the Midwest was like. And it's taught me to have a nice, slower paced lifestyle, maybe warmer beer on Sundays too.
Well, you say taste. Behind you, your kitchen looks
too clean for you to ever cook in it? Do you cook or do you go out to eat?
Do you want me to be honest or do you want me to lie? I'm a journalist. I have to tell the truth, right?
Yes.
I'm not much of a cook.
Me
I'm
either.
a big bring in food girl, and even still when I go grocery shopping, it's 2 rotisserie chickens, and that's gonna last me the week with a nice little side salad.
So does Mitch get to eat table food?
Oh, Mitch is the king of table food. It's probably the worst habit that I've developed. It probably explains why he's 80 pounds.
No, he deserves
And
it.
the vet next week will tell me he's absolutely overweight, and I will continue to feed him chicken off my plate.
Hey, you help with rescues, right, too, don't you?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. So he's a rescue. He comes from Hamilton Humane in Indianapolis. So I'm big on, go out there. And I know there's certain dogs that people want, but man, they're hanging out at shelters too. You can find some incredible rescues, and they give the extra love that maybe you didn't expect from any other kind of dog if you get them from a shelter.
Yep. All right. She's Taylor Tannebaum, every day on the ACC network. And just a friend for a long, long time. Follow her, like her on social media as well. Taylor, thanks for the time educating us on the ACC network. We appreciate it.
You guys are the best. I appreciate you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind words, too. When we went out on this venture, Taylor was one of the first people that reached out on social media and said, man, I don't know what you guys are doing next, but I'll listen to you all the time. When she was in Huntsville and was wishing us luck. And then when we started this, she was very encouraging, so we appreciate her so much with the ACC Network. Gutter Cap bringing us part of the show today. Our friends at Gutter Cap, C. Stu.
205-823-2212. That is the number you need to call. Cap it, don't snap it. It is a dirty, dangerous job. You get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Make the phone call that we made years ago. Chris Stewart of Gutter Cap will come out, give you an absolutely free estimate. You'll never clean the gutters again. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Cap it, don't snap it, 823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
All right, a little NFL news when we come back as well, and we appreciate all your comments over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Michael says, I don't see a ring. Love dogs? Question mark? I don't know her. I don't notice if people are wearing rings or not. So I don't know her status there, but apparently you guys were a big fan. We're back in a moment on TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymachomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows? She may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Rockstar's viewing menu every day brought to you by the great folks at New Life Art. New Life Art giving us that. And then a PSA for you coming up from a country music star. After Rockstar's viewing menu, all that in this segment right here. Tell us about New Life.
Yeah, artist Daniel Moore has just announced his next masterwork in oils. The legacy continues. This sequel to Moore's 1992 sold-out painting. The Crimson Legacy features iconic moments, memorabilia from the last 30 seasons of Tide football. Don't miss your opportunity to own this lasting tribute. Sure to be cherished by Bama fans for years to come. Pre-order your print or canvas of The Legacy Continues from New Life Art at special pre-publication pricing through July 15th at danielmooreart.com.
I don't know if you guys know this, but there is a famous actor in town filming a movie. Do you guys remember Matthew McConaughey?
Yeah. Hey, sadly, people have figured out exactly where he lives.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem.
Yep.
He's got security, though. So 7 p.m. tonight on TMC. It's a kind of a Matthew McConaughey night. You got from 1993, his debut, Dazed and Confused, which was 30 years ago.
Watterson.
And then at 8 p.m.
All right.
There we go. At 8:45 on MGM, which used to be Epix, which is now MGM. One of my favorite McConaughey movies from 2014, Interstellar. It's one of the last films I've seen twice in a theater. And then that's the last Matthew McConaughey. But 9:25 Outer Max, one I've seen from 1992, but I can't remember anything about it with Tupac. Juice.
Yeah, Juice wasn't great. Interstellar, though, somebody's been trying to tell me that I've got to see that.
You haven't seen it?
I have not seen it.
What's it about?
Space-time continuum.
But it's basically like it's got some.
It's Christopher Nolan.
They're trying to find another planet to habitat, right?
There's a lost astronaut.
Okay.
They've lost an astronaut, and they have to find. It's like a rescue mission, but he's on one of 3 planets, and there's one planet that you land on that every second you're there, time runs by. You lose 7 years or something like it. No, it's every minute you lose 7 years, and they get.
Wow.
So he comes back and he finds out like you have messages from you can't communicate with your kids. He's got a daughter and a son, and they send you video messages that you read that are maybe 2 weeks old. That's the only way you can talk to your kids. And like you have a video message from your kid, he finds out that, holy hell, I've missed 20 years of my life.
Yeah, so Christopher Nolan, the first I ever saw Christopher Nolan, Memento, he's got a lot of concepts of time and a lot of his stuff. And
it's really good. Yeah, I highly suggest it.
It's so confusing. It's so detailed that you've really got to pay attention. I want to see it. I think what would be fascinating if Christopher Nolan took on the project S-Town. Because the main character, and I forgot his name, it was fascinating for the first couple of episodes. Did you ever listen to the podcast, S-Town? But the guy knew all about time and the concepts. He could work on clocks.
Superior Thruster. Interstellar is one of the best movies of all time. Bobby, Interstellar is outstanding. LT, you need to watch it with the boys. Michael says, think Inception meets Gravity.
Yeah, it's Jessica Chastain's in it. She's fantastic. Casey Affleck. It's Michael Caine's in it. It's an amazing film. It's probably one of my favorite films in the past 15 years.
J.A. has watched it 30 times.
Yeah, it's a little lengthy, but it's so good.
Yeah, I'll definitely watch it again. Christopher Nolan, some of his stuff, little confusing.
Yeah. And that's what Rockstar's watching. Anything else?
That's what I'm watching.
Didn't know if you were done yet.
Okay.
Brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Always jump in there with our friends at New Life. Rockstar, give me cut number 2. Are you familiar with Lainey Wilson, the name Lainey Wilson,
yes.
country music star?
Lainey Wilson, I am familiar with the name, yeah.
Yeah. More on her in a second. But first, yesterday she put out this PSA because somebody is using her image with a weight loss gummy And she had this. I love her accent. Listen to her warning people about these fake ads out there.
All right, y'all. By now, I'm sure a lot of y'all have seen some ads about me losing weight, being hospitalized, and then I started taking some weight loss gummies and blah, blah, blah. It saved my life. Well, surprise, it ain't true. People will do whatever to make a dollar, even if it is lies. Because ain't nobody sent me any gummies. If I have lost weight, it's because I am working hard and playing hour-and-a-half shows and running around every night of my life. And to be honest, me losing weight or gaining weight ain't got anything to do with my music. I love y'all. I just don't want y'all spending your money on something that ain't real. Do not fall for it. But I tell you what, it'd be real nice if they made some gummies that made your ass tell the truth. You get a gummy, you get a gummy. We all getting gummies.
No, I think they do make a gummy that makes you tell the truth a little bit.
I love it. She says ads.
Yeah, she is
Ads.
country as corn.
She was on Yellowstone this past year. I don't know if her character will come back in the final year coming up, but she's dating. Remember Duck Hodges, the Sanford quarterback, Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback? They're dating. She showed up at her concert in Pittsburgh, and she had a Hodges jersey on when she was dancing there. She's sort of known for her backyard, her caboose, by the way.
Okay, well, he did well there.
And those two are now, they've been a couple for a while now. She finally came out and said, yeah, we've been dating, and sort of the best thing, she was saying one of the best chapters of her life has been dating Duck Hodges.
Well, good. Well, maybe he taught her the duck call that he's so famous for.
Maybe so. Yeah. Maybe so. She's got some good songs there, and she's one of those people in country music that tried a long time to finally break through, and finally has, and she's killing it.
I agree with Jason in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. She does sound like a young Dolly Parton.
I can see that.
Just really sweet, over-the-top country.
Rhett says he's seen those ads, and they use AI, so it sounds just like her.
Man, they knew Black Mirror. You put it on the viewing menu last week. And
I haven't seen one.
I watched the first episode.
Selma Hayek?
Yeah. It's Jonah's Awful is the name of the episode. The people that write this stuff, it's AI-based is the reason I bring it up. It is so detailed and so creative. Black Mirror is incredible. I know it's Lunsford's favorite ever. It's top 10 for me.
I've just seen 3 of them from the first year, and it freaked me out so much that I can't watch them. The one about the Prime Minister and the pig.
Oh, that's the one Forrester's trying to watch. I said, don't watch that one because that's going to turn you off.
Was that the first episode?
That was the first episode.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
You got to start out with a bang, literally, right?
Yeah, and so the second one I remember watching was, I can't remember if it was the rock star doll or whatever. I think it was not you doll, but it was like a doll that talked at night.
No, that was the Ashley O, the Miley Cyrus. Yeah, that was like season 3.
Yeah, that's the previous season.
How did I get out of sequence?
I don't know.
It really with Black Mirror it doesn't matter.
It's like Twilight Zone. Every episode's different cast.
And then one, it had people that would go and ride bikes that did something like American Idol.
Yeah, that was where they lived kind of like in a silo, futuristic, and you earn points, and you can spend those points on whatever you want. And he meets a girl, and she wants to try out for American Idol, so he spends his points to let her try out.
And you get points by pedaling the generator, basically, right?
Yeah, good way to stay in shape, motivation. I mean, how much would you Peloton? I actually Peloton this morning for the first time in forever because it was raining out. How much would you Peloton if you got X amount of dollars to Peloton?
Oh, that would be I've got one in our bedroom. It'd be a great way for me to get back on it.
Yeah, my ass would. I'd be put on a movie and I'd pedal my ass off.
That's right. You get paid to pedal? Absolutely. All right, that's the end of the first half of the show. A lot more still to go here, including Jeff Grimes, the offensive coordinator from Baylor, who'll be with us at 11:30. Because of that, we'll do trash right after that in the final segment of the next hour. And Auburn quarterback commit Walker White joins the show in the final hour. Looking forward to him, talking to him about the whole recruiting process and just what it's like to be a big-time recruit in college football this day and age. On the show that's being brought to you in part today by LT's Hair Guy. It's Dr. B all the time. Get people to ask, hey, I'm starting to thin a little bit. Does this Dr. B really work? And I said, look at LT, man. He was losing it, and now not anymore.
Yeah, actually, I do the procedure. Well, so it's the what am I looking for? The LED hat that I put on. I do it 3 times a week, 30 minutes on the couch. It's so simple. And again, my hair, the thickness has already doubled from the first time I saw Dr. Beckenstein. Again, that was the name everyone told me when I started to thin out. Be preemptive. If you know somebody out there that is thinning out, T3hair.net. Call Dr. Beckenstein, 205-319-0316. Dr. B offers Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. Again, T3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Spring weather is here, and our friends at Hemphill Services are offering a $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention The Next Round. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. That's 205-229-2090. hemphillservices.com.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Big 12 and Baylor is the conversation point. We'll talk to Jeff Grimes coming up in a bit here on the show. That's brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken. By the way, a guy who I don't think LT thinks is going to be successful in the Big 12 at Houston, Dana Holgorsen, turns 52 today as he starts the Houston's journey into the Big 12. We'll see what Holgorsen is able to do there. We'll talk more football and some other NFL news here in just a second. But first, our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken is ready for lunch. It just opened about 3 minutes ago down there on a rainy Wednesday in Alabaster, Alabama. What is better on a rainy Wednesday than some hot deep-fried Southern chicken right there, and that's what Sterling and his crew will do for you right there. Cooked to order, so it comes out piping hot. I'm a big two-breast guy. Love the white meat, the sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, the poor boys in the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. It's all on 119 in Alabaster. It's our friends at Champy's Chicken. By the way, breaking news happening right now. The NCAA is announcing it has suspended Penny Hardaway for the first 3 games of the 2023-2024 season, stemming from a recruiting violation, I believe. An investigation going on there. So Penny Hardaway, this is now breaking. Dana O'Neill, the first to report that Penny Hardaway will miss the first 3 games of the upcoming season as part of an NCAA suspension.
Where are you on Hardaway as a coach?
I think he's a good coach.
So I just don't think he's ever done anything.
Well, I think he's a good coach. I mean, they've been in the tournament, haven't they?
Oh,
they
have been in the tournament, the last 2 years.
Right.
And
that program had fallen way off, so I think he's got him back to the tournament, and I think he, with his travel ball days, his AAU days traveling, I think it was a good recruiting boost to get him in there. Now, can he get Memphis back contending for conference championships or for Sweet 16s? I don't know, but what former NBA player, star, not just player, but former NBA star, has been really good at coaching? Ewing hasn't.
Yeah, DeJuan Howard did for a minute.
Yeah.
He took a step back this year, but, Howard did have a 1 seed a couple of years ago.
Stackhouse is, it gets great respect inside from coaches about his schemes and how he coaches, but it hasn't turned in a tough job of Andy, hasn't turned into a lot yet. As I think about that, the kid that's leaving who just took over the Cal job, who played for the Lakers, wasn't a star though.
Yeah, Mark Madsen.
Madsen did a great job in the portal, recruiting-wise.
Penny Hardaway's had talent. Now, James Wiseman only played a few games, but he's had talent. 26 wins last year, which is good, but you get one and done in the NCAA tournament. Memphis is such a good basketball school, borderline great. They used to fill that arena up, FedEx.
But I think you said earlier, maybe it was last week when we were saying something about basketball, that you didn't know if Memphis would ever be good again.
You got to get the right guy there.
Yeah.
But if you get the right guy there, yeah, sure.
Well, we were talking about the Big 12. Why is it taking? Because the Big 12 commissioner had come out and said, I said that
about football.
Oh, okay.
I said about football.
I thought you were talking basketball.
No. I think basketball, I think they can be outstanding. Football, I think it's going to be difficult for Memphis.
Yeah. And I've always thought, their football is here, but their basketball used to be such a great drawing card. I thought it would be a great addition for the Big 12. I mean, if you're really starting to expand out, it always seemed like a better fit than maybe UCF was for the Big 12.
But, Penny Hardaway was one of my favorite players. I mean, I just love watching the guy play. I think it's one of the best ad campaigns of all time.
Little Penny, yeah. It was a good ad. So it is recruiting violations per the release that they've suspended Penny Hardaway. And so is Bill Self, is he done with everything?
Yeah, I think he's out of the shadows of everything with NCAA, yeah.
Wow. That's Calipari was there at Memphis, right?
Calipari did a great job.
Right.
I mean, 3 consecutive, not Final Fours, Elite Eights maybe.
Yeah, but they had one Final Four, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, they should have won the national championship. Yeah, with Derrick Rose. I mean, that was a heartbreaking loss where Chalmers hit the 3 to take it to overtime. One of the better title games we've ever seen.
Speaking of basketball, Jeff Borzello of ESPN, throwing out his most recent preseason top 25, has Alabama 18. You guys, I appreciate all the DMs and tweets to me yesterday explaining to me where Alabama's roster is right now. And he just had Kentucky out of his top 25 because of all their changeover, and Auburn are just 2 right on the edge of the top 25. Our buddy Justin Hokanson will have something on Auburn basketball on 3 Sports Auburn Live coming up probably to start next week as we, into a dead period a little bit of basketball. But Namari Burnett, who left Alabama, is going to be at Michigan. And you're wondering about Caleb Love, who couldn't get into Michigan as a transfer, whether or not Burnett will be able to play this year for Michigan. He's already transferred once to Alabama. How is he going to be able to play? Word comes out last night for those that cover Michigan, from his dad that Namari is graduating from Alabama on August the 5th. So he will be eligible immediately at Michigan as a grad transfer this time.
Yeah, you think about Namari Burnett, we've had him on the show, seems like a great kid, but from Texas Tech to Alabama to now Michigan, do you even remember him? And this is the world we live in. I mean, this is just going to be the norm now where kids are playing at least 2 schools and some of these kids 3 schools. Was there ever a kid back in the day? I mean, we remember 1 transfers, but did you ever remember a kid playing at 3 schools?
Definitely not 3 programs that I would consider named or recognizable big programs like that. That's where we are right now, right? Jay Price, funny. Kansas ticked off the NCAA so much they penalized Memphis there in the recruiting violations. It did seem like they had self on a lot more.
Ultimately, Sean Miller lost his job at Arizona. Will Wade lost his job at LSU. A lot of these guys went down, but Bill Self.
Okay, sort of a like job to what Cincinnati used to be. Penny's a good recruiter and everything. This is from Jace on our social media platform. But if you're Memphis right now, even with the press you'd have to take, would you rather have Penny Hardaway or Bob Huggins?
Oh, I'd rather have Bob Huggins.
Yeah. Guys won everywhere.
Yeah, it'd be hard to fire Penny just based on the fact that they won 26 games last year.
And he's one of their own.
Yeah, and he's one of their own. But for whatever reason, if they were to miss the tournament this year, that could be in discussion. But, Huggins will be 70 by then. Do you think he comes back?
I don't think Bob coaches again.
I don't think so either.
Scott Forrester says Joey Gatewood, I think, played at 19 different schools.
You think our boy Matt Jones still likes Gatewood?
I do not think he wants to discuss it for sure, especially with you. Bob Sacamano, with NIL, how is it possible to even get in trouble in recruiting?
Well, I don't think you can anymore.
So you think this predates that?
Yeah. I mean, you would have to actually try to get in trouble with NIL. And I don't know how you do that.
First 3 games this year, Memphis is set to visit Missouri this season. Not certain, says Dave Matter, if that will be one of the games that Penny will end up sitting out. So 3 games, he has a chance to appeal. Don't know if he'll end up appealing that or not. A little NFL news for you here today. Yesterday, the NFL tried to clarify their gambling rules to make it simple for their players. We've seen a lot of high-profile players, Calvin Ridley, who actually bet on the Falcons while he was out, right, his team.
Recently, Jameson Williams
for making a bet inside the team facility. And I don't know how all of you feel, but I feel like the system is working, right? That it's
well, I don't understand. They've got the 6 key rules they laid out yesterday.
So I've got the rules for you on the screen here.
Yeah, go ahead, William, because I don't understand a couple.
But it's working because I this integrity thing. They're catching these people, and I've mentioned this before on the air. Their technology, they can get you within 3 feet of your actual location on the planet, anywhere on the planet, within 3 feet of where you place the bet. That's how good the tracking is when you place a bet.
And to think about if they're tracking you placing a bet, I mean, everybody knows where everybody is, right?
Don't bet on the NFL is rule number 1.
Okay, I agree with that. Don't bet on the NFL. That
Don't bet on the NFL.
No sense. If you play in the NFL, there's no reason you're betting on that league.
So that's you never bet on the NFL. That's rule number 1. Number 2, don't gamble at your team facility while traveling for a road game or staying at a team hotel.
I think it's a stupid rule.
Okay, so this is saying that whether it's NBA, college football, Major League Baseball, you don't gamble while you're at work is what they're saying. Okay. Don't gamble while you're at work.
I'm randomly going to pull up Breece Hall, running back for the New York Jets. Had a great early on rookie career until he got injured and was out for the season. Let's say that he's working out right now up in New York, and he decides that he wants to play your Rays, who are just first pitch, just went off against the Orioles. I don't understand if he's on the training table getting wrapped, why he can't put a bet on the Rays.
Because he's at work. He's at the team facility.
Okay, well, I'm at work. I can make a bet right now. Does anybody care?
You don't work for the NFL. You own this company. If you own the NFL, they probably would have different rules. I mean, people have.
But, I mean, it's a stupid rule.
It's stupid to you. It may not be to the NFL owners who made the rules. I mean, there are people. I mean,
I understand.
Forrester, you used to work in TV. There was a time that my employer, God, who was it at the time? I think it may have been NBC, the network owned us in Birmingham, that we could not pull up. I had to get a special clearance for my computer, my work computer, to pull up ESPN.com, because somewhere along the way, people at work were looking at websites like ESPN.com and spending too much time looking at that instead of doing their work. They just want you to work. And now the NFL is different, right? You're working out and you got a lot of downtime and stuff.
Again, or staying at the team hotel. So you're laying in bed watching pay-per-view and you can't fire off a wager on the Washington Wizards. I mean, it is a stupid policy. Again, number one is huge. Don't bet on the NFL.
Well, that's the one that got Jamison Williams, number 2. Let's see him again. So number 3, don't have someone else bet for you.
I mean, I just don't see the need. I mean, if you're having someone else bet for you, it's almost like you know that you're doing something below board.
Yeah, but that would probably be bet for you on the NFL. Don't share team inside information. I mean, that's a long-standing rule in all of sports.
That's huge. You know, if somebody was to reach out to me and say, "Hey, guess what? Jared Goff is not going to start this week for the Lions," and I could get a good fair number where Vegas believed he was starting. I mean, that's legitimate inside information. I get number 4. That should be on there.
Yeah, don't enter a sports book during the NFL playing season.
Look, if you're on your bye and you happen to be in Vegas.
But it doesn't look, I mean, you're not supposed to bet on the NFL, but if you're in a sports book, right, then it's going to look like you're betting. Yeah, and how do people not know you're not betting on the NFL? It's public perception here at this point.
Yeah, but that's the same as if somebody is.
If I'm an alcoholic and I'm in a bar, people are going to think, or if I'm a married person, I'm in a strip club, people are going to think I'm doing something wrong. Or if I'm in a what's it called when they've got women that have sex for money?
A brothel?
A brothel. If I'm in a brothel, maybe I'm not there to...
I'm just hanging out.
Yeah.
I'm not
just having... They got cheap drinks. They got good happy hour.
Just having a drink, having a conversation.
Again, though, but if you're on your bye and you're in a sports book playing the ponies or playing basketball, as long as you don't bet on the NFL or give out inside information, I think those are the only things that matter.
Number 6, the last rule here is don't play daily fantasy football, which is the you're betting on the NFL at that point. You can say, well, it's not really betting. You're betting on the performance of players. You're betting on the NFL at that point.
Yeah, but you're betting for players to – I mean, I get this one a little bit, but this is more like Pete Rose betting on his own team.
Yeah,
could you get in trouble?
Which was wrong if he did it. Shouldn't bet on your own team.
Could you get in trouble if you did something like with your teammate? I'm going to get – I bet you $5,000 I get 15 sacks this year.
Yeah, you're not supposed to do that. You're not
even if you're betting on my own performance with another
stats or
teammate.
anything. Nothing. You're not supposed to bet on the NFL. But for instance, okay, I'm a DB, and I'm in a big fantasy league, a daily fantasy league, and
you're not going to give up a touchdown to win your league.
And you're a receiver,
and
I've got you on my starting daily fantasy. You say that, but you don't know. You don't know.
I think the ego is going to mean more than you winning that fantasy
100%. And the money is different, but it's the perception. They don't want you perceived to be on the take in any way, fashion. And they explain it a little bit on the...
Yeah, but I love how the NFL is making a fortune on fantasy football.
They are, and they're making a fortune on gambling. It's why the TV ratings, that's why they're the unsinkable ship. They're the not Titanic of television ratings, because gambling makes it so much more popular.
Right, and the only thing they don't want to affect is the integrity of the game, which I get, which I don't think there is a price you could give these guys now to fix a game. I would worry more about the officials. But again, I think 1 and 4 are the only ones that really matter.
Yeah, and they explain rules 1 and 2 a little bit more. You can see on the screen there. Don't ever bet on any NFL game, not even $1, it says Rockstar. You can't bet on stats. You can't bet props. You can't bet parlays. You can't bet anything. And that includes all NFL events. You can't bet on the draft, the combine, the Pro Bowl, the flag football events, NFL honors. You can't bet on anything.
Super Bowl props.
Yeah, I think Lunsford asked, can I play daily fantasy college football? Because I actually enjoy playing the college football as much as I do the NFL. I don't know why this would be a problem if they're playing college.
Yeah, I don't know if it's specific NFL or college at all. It says don't play daily fantasy football. And then the other one is don't gamble at work, including from your phone. And it explains all of that. That includes buses, cars, planes, trains, and automobiles there. Don't bet on anything while at work from the NFL. But they had to explain it like this because players were coming back that were getting popped saying, I really don't know what the rules are. So they made it simple, and that looked like, if you put it up one more time for us, sir, I apologize, that looks like simple signage that will be hanging in locker rooms, doesn't it? We've all seen signs in locker rooms that are don't bet on sports or whatever. They have some warning signs in Major League locker rooms. I've been in NFL locker rooms that looks like the signs that will be hanging in NFL facilities and such this year.
Yeah, I can see that. I don't know how big of a problem this is. I mean, I'm a little surprised at the amount some of these guys bet. And I know it's, for entertainment. And that's the way you should bet. You shouldn't bet to make money.
But who was the guy that, he's an NFL player, and what was he betting, $50 a bet?
I think that was Calvin Ridley, right? He's betting parlays. And
yeah, it was Ridley too. But the one,
small amounts.
The one that I think he was a Colt that got bet. He was betting on the Colts, but it was little things like $25 and $50 bets that he was betting. Not enough to make any money. The last one that got hit pretty hard because he was
Art Sleester.
No, that was a long time ago. Just recently, the last one. I can't remember his name now. I thought he was an Indianapolis Colt, and I think he was betting on. I think he was betting on his team, but it was like $50, and you were like, Why are you even wasting your time? You're an NFL player. You're making an NFL roster. I think it's all working. I trust the games now maybe more than I did in the 80s and 90s because the integrity, because gambling's legal everywhere. I feel like as a consumer, I know more about what's going on inside facilities more than the guys in Vegas do. And back when...
Well, legitimately in the 80s, there were guys that were making $100,000. And if you could get somebody on the inside that could... If you could somehow affect the outcome of the game, whether you were a center and, a miscommunication, you're a cornerback, you fall down on a route, anything like that, and you could make 10% of your salary back, hey, if you do this one thing... we'll give you $10,000. I think that was a lot more prevalent back in the day. It's just you can't – there's not enough money you can give these guys when people are making $30 million a year.
J.A., thank you. Isaiah Rodgers was the guy just recently that I think was just making, less than $100 bets, and he got popped pretty good there. So that's out there. I feel like the NFL should have gone, for the first-time offenders for some of these people to be like, hey – just so you know, the technology is so good that you place this bet at 10:53 just outside the back door of your weight training facility there in Indianapolis. That's your warning. Don't do it again.
Yeah, see, I never saw it. What did Jamison Williams, what did he wager on? Do you remember?
It never said. I just assumed it was college football because it wasn't the NFL. He was just placing bets inside the facility.
Well, that's one of those things I think you should go back and you could retro this and, have conversations with these guys. He shouldn't be suspended.
Yeah, I feel like there should have been a public warning for all these guys, first-time offenders, and then get suspended after that. But I'm not the NFL. They run their own business. They do a pretty good job of it. When we come back, Jeff Grimes will join the show, Baylor offensive coordinator, and a guy briefly was mentioned for the Auburn head coaching job. We'll talk to him about Baylor and what's ahead for the Bears this year. They're number 28 in our countdown. One more thing here in this segment before I tell you about our friends at Legacy. LegacyCreditUnion.com is the website to go to. Everyday checking, no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and you get paid 2 days early on your direct deposit. How handy could that come in on some days? Instant issue debit card, too. If you switch your account over to Legacy, you don't have to wait to get that debit card mailed to you. You can jump in instantly with that issued debit card on site. And the lifestyle loans are tremendous. If you have unexpected medical expenses or want to take that dream vacation, they have a lifestyle loan waiting for you for a number of different reasons. Low affordable rates and no collateral required. It's all with our friends at Legacy. LegacyCreditUnion.com for details. And don't forget, they're the official credit union of UAB, dedicated to serving the education and healthcare industries in the Birmingham area for over 60 years. It's our friends at Legacy, LegacyCreditUnion.com, federally insured by the NCUA. Sony Michel back with your team yesterday. He got cut last year from the Dolphins. Got him to a Super Bowl. Not much left in the tank, though, for him. That's another player that I thought would be great in the NFL. And when he was at Georgia and didn't pan out.
Well, maybe his best game against my Rams in Super Bowl 53, where he went for over 100 yards, had a touchdown, ironically wins a Super Bowl with the Rams in Super Bowl 56. Yeah, now back with the Rams. I would rather have Dalvin Cook.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. The reports are Dalvin Cook could be going to the Jets because they've got the cap room for him. And you get the dynamic of Breece Hall healthy, Dalvin Cook in that backfield. Now with Garrett Wilson and Aaron Rodgers, you're starting to talk about an offense that maybe they are your favorites when it comes to the AFC East.
Dalvin Cook in space catching a little dump off from Aaron there. NFL season less than 100 days away as well. Guys are on a break. They're back in camps coming up about mid-July. When we come back, we talk more college football. Jeff Grimes coming up on the show that's brought to you in part by our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. This is TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing. It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Baltimore and Tampa Bay already starting a big day of day baseball going on down at Tropicana Field. 0-0 as they go in the top of the second. Orioles jumped out early and beat Tampa Bay yesterday, and that's the battle of the two first place or the two teams at the top of the American League East standings. So just that one win, when you're in a series like that, every win counts, sort of a two-game swing. So instead of Tampa being up 6 games, it's down to 4. They went into the series at 5, so Tampa needs to get a win today to get it back to even there. But they're on a 3-game losing streak. The last 2 in San Diego and the first one to start this series against Baltimore. More day baseball today as well everywhere. Atlanta and Philadelphia go again at 5:40. Dodgers and the Angels later tonight. Colorado and Cincinnati, morning baseball starting in just a minute at 11:35. Colorado and Cincinnati, where the Reds have won a ton of games in a row, 10 in a row. Before you tell us about Hemphill, do you get a little Breath mint?
No, I got some of the hand sanitizer
hand
out there.
sanitizer. It came back in. It's
You fresh it
strong.
up? Yeah, it
really
is.
It's a Redmont hand sanitizer?
It is, yeah.
It is. It's legit. It's got, is it eucalyptus or peppermint or something in it?
I don't know.
Yeah,
probably got some of the vodka in it.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's 50% vodka and then something else, but it smells good. It's like, I think it's eucalyptus.
I mean,
they used to put in the
did
saunas.
open up the sinuses there.
Yeah, I like it. It smells fantastic.
Hey, summer weather officially here. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services are offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty. When you mention the next round, call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Yeah, I want to make a note of recruiting as we move forward with Oklahoma because we discussed their sustainability in the SEC.
Are you worried for Oklahoma?
I am worried a little bit. They got a 4-star linebacker yesterday from the state of North Carolina, James Nesta. But a couple of factors there. They beat out North Carolina State and Miami, so that's not Georgia, Alabama, LSU, Texas A&M. And he's going to play football and baseball, so there's a little nuance to him being a 4-star linebacker going there. I would imagine Venables, with him being a North Carolina guy, recruited him when he was at Clemson, so I'm sure there's some history there. I just want to see where Oklahoma, and I'm going to try to keep track of this, when they get a 4 or 5-star guy and they beat out Georgia, Alabama, LSU, or Texas for that guy. I want to see
a guy that's not from Oklahoma.
Yeah, a guy that's not from Oklahoma when they're beating out.
I agree.
One of the so-called good teams in recruiting in the Southeastern Conference. I want to see what they're doing stacking up against them, because if you're beating out NC State in Miami for a 4-star, well, that tells me, okay, if it was down to NC State, Miami, and Oklahoma, that meant Georgia, Alabama, LSU, and Texas didn't want to jump in there and do what this guy wanted to do on both baseball and football.
Do you feel like you could peg one of his 3 positions? Like, I feel like I can tell you exactly one of 3 positions he plays.
Oh, he's either a pitcher, shortstop, or right fielder.
Wow.
Is what I would say.
I would go complete opposite. I would think he's either third base, first base, or catcher.
Maybe. I guess it could be anything. I went pitcher, shortstop, or right fielder.
Man, if you got a linebacker that's playing shortstop, boy, you're talking about an athlete.
Yeah, that's a good point. Good point. That's a good point that he's a linebacker. I guess that's more. I was thinking more quarterback at those positions.
Yeah, quarterback. I would agree with you.
All right, let's bring in a guy who's been on our show several times. He's the offensive coordinator down with the Baylor Bears, Jeff Grimes, friend of the show. Coach, welcome back. Thanks for squeezing us in today. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I think this officially makes it the lowest part of sports activity in the year. If guys from Alabama are having a Baylor coach on to talk ball in June, there must not be a lot going on in the sports world.
There's a reason.
We do a preseason countdown every year. Baylor's our team today, so that's the reason why we wanted to do it today. But you've been on before, coming off your great year at BYU, and then again when you came to Baylor. So we've had you on a couple of times because you're just good at what you do. So as you settle in for another year before camps start to crank back up and stuff, how do you feel about this team coming up this year?
Well, I appreciate that. Appreciate y'all having me on, and I got a great love for Birmingham and Alabama. I loved my 4 years there, so always glad to talk to y'all. I'm really excited about this season, and I've told several people I have not been this hungry to play football again in a while, and I think it's because the season ended with just such a sour taste in our mouth. We started this coming off of the previous year, finishing on such a high, the Big 12 championship, winning the Sugar Bowl, a top 5 ranking, and then losing a lot of players to the NFL, probably unrealistic expectations, to be truthful, based on the youth of our team and the number of really good players and leaders that we lost. And then not meeting expectations. But I felt like last year, we hit a couple of bumps, and then we sort of settled into a groove about 2/3 of the way, or about a third of the way through the season, that carried us through about 4 or 5 games, at least offensively. I felt like we were really making progress with a bunch of young players, and then we lost the opportunity to be in the hunt for the conference championship, and I really felt like we allowed that to impact our willingness to play and play hard, which I think says something about the character and resiliency of your team. And so we made a very poor showing of our last 2 games, and really felt embarrassed and frustrated by it. And so from that moment forward, I've just been really looking forward to what this next season is going to be. And so I think, as painful as it was, I think it's really just what we needed and deserved. I mean, as Bill Parcells said, your record is, you are who your record says you are, and you got to accept that and you got to own it. But the value in it is, man, what a great opportunity to learn from that. And I think if we had, as easily as we could have won 2 or 3 or 4 more games, I don't think it would have been good for us. I think we needed to come out of this season feeling like, hey, we were barely get into a bowl game team and then make a poor showing team. That's who we were. And so now I feel like it gave us a hard reset, sort of hey, that's what it feels like when it's not good enough sort of year. And so I'm excited about it first because I feel like the mindset of our team and our culture has changed.
I know all losses are tough, Coach, but go back to that TCU game. I remember exactly where I was. I was on 11 o'clock kick. I remember watching the ending. I was in a bar. Everyone was pulling for you guys. That just had to be one of those. I mean, you guys, it felt like you had the game for 59 minutes.
I hope you had another beer for me.
I did. Again, I was in New Orleans, and it was the start of the day.
Okay. Well, if you're in New Orleans, then there is no official beer 30, so you could have started at any time. Yeah, man, that was tough. That one sort of took the wind out of our sails. Felt like we really got up for a team that is sort of a rival to us, and came in flying high and felt like we could beat them, and certainly couldn't have. But again, I mean, that's the difference in teams that go to the playoffs and teams that go to the Armed Forces Bowl. And we had several chances to put the game away and didn't.
Did you guys set out, you and Coach Aranda, to have your starting quarterback named so early? Because it's not the norm to name a starter before summer comes. Was that something you guys wanted to do, or it just happened that way?
I think a combination of both. I think ideally, if you can do that, then it gives you an opportunity to go into the summer with the team feeling a certain level of confidence in who that guy is, and that guy then takes on a greater ownership, and I think it does something for his psyche and his confidence. And so I think we would have liked to, but didn't feel like we had to. And then the other part of it is just felt like he earned it. Felt like he earned the right in spring ball to say that he's our starter, at least going into fall camp.
How often do you look at schedules? We were going through your schedule earlier, and like September seems so important for you guys with so many swing games, hosting Utah, hosting Texas, and then going to Central Florida.
Yeah, during the summer, we spend a little bit more time on that, just looking at our early opponents, particularly teams that we haven't played before in those first few games. And so we've been looking at those teams, taking a couple of days and studying each of our early opponents. We're about halfway through the season right now. I think it's just going to be that way in this conference. In the Big 12, that's how it is. I mean, honestly, that last year, my first year in the Big 12, 2 years ago, I felt like there was more parity than any league I had been in. And then last year, you had the emergence of a couple of the teams that hadn't been as good. And honestly, last year on any given Saturday, any team in this conference could have beaten any other team in this conference. I really feel that way. And so there are swing games all around. Fortunately for us this year, the schedule turns our way a little bit in terms of home games, having a number of them, especially early.
As you pointed out, it's such a busy time in the sports calendar, so we won't hold you much longer. But I do want to ask you about BYU joining the league. You've been there before. How do you think they will fit in the Big 12?
I think they'll fit in great. I really feel like they're just like any number of teams that are in this league. You mentioned Central Florida, Cincinnati, Houston, that all the new teams that are joining, I think, will be great members, and much like us and Oklahoma State and Iowa State, any number of the teams in this league, Kansas State, good quality football teams that may not have, that don't have the same level of resources as some of the top tier programs do in the country. And again, I think it just creates a great league with a lot of balance, and one that creates a lot of excitement for the fans every Saturday. I really think we've just added 4 more teams that are a lot like everybody that's in the league.
You've worked for a lot of different guys, and watching Dave Aranda from Wisconsin to LSU to taking over at Baylor, he seems like a guy that he's kind of mysterious. Like, I don't know a lot about him. What is Dave Aranda like?
Well, in terms of his personality and just sort of mannerisms, what you see is who he really is. I mean, I've worked with him at LSU for a couple of years, and then going into my 3rd year with him here, and I've never heard him raise his voice. I mean, I've seen him get frustrated a little bit, but I've honestly never heard him raise his voice.
Wow.
Just got a real calm, balanced demeanor that I think has the ability to weather storms and maybe not get too high on the hog when some teams might be tempted to. And I think that comes from a place inside of him, a balance that comes from a real sense of the things that are important to him, his values, his faith, his value on family. The mantra that he's really built this program on is person over player, and the idea is that the person matters more than the player. And as he says to us as a staff at times, the coach, you as a person matter more than who you are in terms of your identity as a coach. Your identity as a person, who you've been created to be, is more important than what your record might say that independent year. And so when you play or coach from a place of value and belonging, then it gives you a source of identity that's stronger than maybe the loss that you had that Saturday, or the big win that might tempt you to think too much of yourself. And so I just really appreciate working for a guy who values me, who values our players, and cares about more than what we do on the field. And at the same time is incredibly demanding, and we work our guys just as hard as anywhere that I've ever been. And so it doesn't mean that we're in any way an easier approach to the game, but it is a different approach, and one that I think is the right approach and have a real affinity for.
Well, if you ever feel down and out, go back and watch this interview and read some of the things that are going on in our chat room at the bottom of our YouTube page. It should not come as a surprise to you. You're loved by a lot of folks in this state, including a lot of Auburn fans who are cheering for you to get that job. So a lot of love for you over in our chat room, and we appreciate the time so much, Coach. I know it's not a busy time for us, but it can be for you guys, and I appreciate you squeezing us in today.
Well, I pay people to say nice things about me, and certainly places that I've been should continue to send the checks. So I appreciate that. Hey, great to talk with y'all. If I can ever do anything to help, don't hesitate to reach out.
Thank you. Jeff Grimes, Baylor offensive coordinator, there with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline on this hour. That's brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Just a great place to swing by there. Calm guy there. Dave Aranda sounds like a calm guy, too. If you want an easy atmosphere, Sterling Sterling creates one right there at Champy's Chicken. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Easy to go. You can get easy to go stuff as well from Champy's. Just order online, champy'schicken.com. As easy as Lance right there. You can go pick it up, get out, get home, and eat it right there. That Southern fried chicken cooked to order, the sides, the hand-cut chicken fingers, the po' boys, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. It's all right there, champy'schicken.com. LT will return and do trash right after this quick timeout.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Don't miss your chance to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Open 24/7, so come on in for nonstop gaming action. You'll find the latest, hottest, most exciting games around, and you'll love the fun bonuses and big jackpots. Plus, you can watch and wager on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. Your best bet for big wins is just minutes away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino, where you can be a winner too. Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
As always, we appreciate you over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. All the comments over there. And if you're heading out this spring or summer, it's summer actually today, first day of summer. If you're heading out this summer, always good to get the tires checked, especially for the kids. They may not pay as close attention to it as you do. Go out there and get those tires checked from our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, but not just tires. Bumper-to-bumper service, they can handle it all for you right there. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, 4 great locations here in Central Alabama. 2-0 Tampa Bay leading Baltimore Day. Baseball happening. The World Series today goes at 1 o'clock. Florida and TCU on ESPN at 1. Wake Forest and LSU tonight at 6 o'clock on ESPN. Florida and Wake Forest are unbeaten, so they'd have to lose twice not to play for championship. Wake Forest, the betting favorite at -110 to win the national championship. Florida's +199. LSU's +450. And TCU is the long shot that is left right there. You can jump in to the World Series bets with our friends at MyBookie. MyBookie's made it simple for you to sign up and play. You bet, you win, and they pay right now at mybookie.ag. Use the promo code NEXTROUND. Next Round is the promo code to secure a first-time deposit bonus of up to $1,000. It's this simple. You deposit $200, you play with $300 instantly, and use the promo code NEXTROUND to claim that bonus. Whether you're a diehard or a casual fan, simply put, there's never been a better time to start exploring the world of online sports betting than with MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.ag. Jordan Addison will be 100% for minicamp with the Vikings. That he says yesterday. So he'll be ready to go. So you'll have Addison on one side as a rookie, Justin Jefferson, hopefully with a new contract. On the other side for the Vikings, we'll see what Kirk Cousins' deal looks like. And DeAndre Hopkins sent out a tweet yesterday to let you know that the market's a little cold. He's visited the Patriots and the Titans, but the tweet he sends out is like, listen, man, whoever's in my future wide receiver group, I promise I will make your job easy. Almost trying to sell himself to maybe a contender with a veteran receiving core with one piece there for DeAndre Hopkins. It'll be interesting to see where Hopkins ends up landing. Because of our interview with Jeff Grimes, we've moved trash to this segment. Let's get to it with our man LT, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Hit it, Rocky.
Father of two, Dale Decker, suffers from a rare and seemingly incurable condition that leads to him suffering up to 100 unwanted orgasms a day.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, let the experts at Mortgage Right help get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything this year may bring, including freeing up cash for things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, and reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham and Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. So, update on the submarine. They heard sounds this morning, and so they were investigating that, but they haven't found anything yet, and they have put the cutoff date for air at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Yeah, that's they thought maybe they heard some banging. That's what they hoped it was, but they were pointing out that, there's a lot of, unidentified sounds that they pick up sometimes when they're listening for those things on the ocean. Could be, a whale, or it could be anything that could be making that sound. But they thought maybe it was hopefully some banging.
You think there's a possibility they never find this sub?
Yeah, it's possible.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Going that deep.
That's crazy.
If it sinks to the bottom. Well, what's scary is I was flipping through last night when my Rays fell behind 6-0. I started flipping channels, and they were interviewing a journalist who had gone on the same vessel, and the mission was aborted 31 minutes into it because they were having technical difficulties.
Well, I heard, the guy that's the dude with the control of the Salt and Pepper Hair, the guy that's behind all this, that it was deemed unsafe and decided to take the dive anyway.
Yeah, well, that's so the security team said we shouldn't go. It's unsafe. We got some things we need to work on. That's not good.
Obviously. Okay, this one, popularity of gold bars. You got any gold bars at the house?
I've got two that basically keep up the levels out our bed.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's
that is a joke. Don't come rob us.
I know. Convenience stores around South Korea as the value appreciates amid the inflation out there across the globe. GS Retail confirmed Friday that sales of gold bars at its convenience stores totaled $19 million in the past 9 months, ending in May. Now, the gold bars dispensed through vending machines were introduced last September at 5 of its stores. The machines offer 5 sizes, weighing anywhere from 0.13 ounces to 1.3 ounces. Prices fluctuate daily, keeping with the international valuation for gold, according to GS Retail, which operates more than 10,000 convenience stores all over South Korea. Now, the popularity of the gold bars at its stores has prompted the company to increase the number of outlets carrying them, with 29 now, with plans to hit 50 by year end.
Okay. Can you imagine the guy that, you see the Coke guy come deliver to the machine and restock? Can you imagine that guy, the security he has to have, and how heavy that damn thing is?
Okay, what are the sizes again, Lunsford? Tell me how how much are these valued at?
So the one in the top right corner like 1, 2, 3, like the top right corner.
Yeah.
Looks like it's 1.665 million won. That's about $1,300 US.
$1,300 US. And how much is she putting in to buy it? Right at the time, you got to buy it for what it's worth, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's 1.665 million won. Now that's their currency. I mean,
Right.
and the bills are built like that, so it's not like you're doing just a million bills in there. But
Well,
I can't see what the weight of it is.
Well, I mean, they have to be making a profit, so you're buying it.
Can you use a credit card to buy it?
Yeah, they got
Looks like you
They got
can.
a slot machine for pay. It says payment.
Yeah, bottom right.
So how about if you
Well, I'm
use
just asking about the business plan. They've got to be buying it at least face value or more for that company and make a little profit, right? So you got to buy it a little bit more, and you're just hoping after you buy it, it goes up more, right?
Well, I don't know if the GS retail, I don't know how much they might make a couple of cents per transaction. I think it's more about getting the customer into their retail, and then it's all about the volume of selling other products.
I got a Snickers bar, sour grapes, and a Gold Bar.
I got a Snickers bar, a Milky Way bar, and a Gold bar.
You know, normally you can't like run a credit card for cash. I mean, like if you're in a casino, then you can
Right.
get a cash advance or whatever. But like this is going to be dangerous when people steal people's credit cards and they go get gold bars, and then they've got something of value
That's right.
tangible.
I just don't understand the business plan here.
I don't know. I don't have any gold bars, but they say people in their 20s and 30s appear to be the main buyers.
Yeah, so basically they're going to keep those at the house and wait for it to go up, right?
Yeah. I hope you got pictures of this next one. We've got a robber in England was sentenced to 3 years in jail this weekend for attempted robbery, but it was only thanks to the quick thinking of his victim that he ended up in police custody in the first place. Martin Trimble, 30 years old, walked into a convenience store last month in Durham City with a knife. He picked up a 4-pack of beer and used his knife to threaten the store owner rather than let Trimble walk away, which I would have for the 4 beers. Store owner ran outside, closed the door, holding it tight and trapping his thief inside. Now, the shop owner, who remained unnamed, then lowered the storefront shutter in an effort to make sure Trimble couldn't escape. Trimble tried to avoid capture again by breaking the door free of the shop owner's grip, trying to slip out before the shutter had fully descended, but the shutter was too low. Trimble found himself pinned to the ground, his torso outside and open in the street. That's when he realized he was beaten. He cracked open one of the beers he tried to steal and drank it while he waited for the police to take him away.
Well, that's just give up. Like that's okay.
What I would have done is gone out the back door. You got to have a back exit.
It looks like he was trying to break the glass there, too.
It looks like he's got a Freddy Krueger hand, too.
Dude, I saw I don't know if y'all have seen this clip that's gone viral of road rage, and this girl looks like she's leaving like a Iron Tribe class or something.
She jumps on the hood and kicks in the windshield?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then she's going bare hand, beating the driver's side window in.
Yeah. See, I don't trust any of those videos, but I'm trying to find out why that would be a spoof.
Yeah, I think that one's legit, and boy, she's got some balls on her because you do that to the wrong person, you get shot.
She might have been the wrong person. That's my car. She's the wrong person.
But I couldn't
Well,
see.
he peeled off quickly.
It was a he?
Well, I don't know.
That's what I couldn't see who was in it. If it was a girl done her wrong, or if it was a guy, or just something happened on the road. But she kicked that thing in.
Philly artist Rose Luarda has an idea, a wonderful squishy idea. Now, the intrigue, she took a bunch of breast plushies left over from another art show, packed them into her Honda Fit, and drove to an empty lot on Washington Avenue.
That's the way every one of my pillows looked when I was 13.
There she assembled them on
Philly fanatic?
Old busted up chairs, table from her late father's home. The breast, I'm just reading, is history. What's happening? Philly responded to Luardo's latest guerrilla art installation. It's gone viral, inspiring puns and memes all over the place. People are calling the pop-up the Boob Garden. They also call it the Boob Muda Triangle.
Now, what's interesting to me in this whole picture is of the Philly fanatic, of course, and that does not look like a street I want to set up my display, and her footwear.
Yeah.
I love what's over her left shoulder.
Yeah, crabs.
Yeah.
Captain Jesse.
Incorporated.
Boy, that is a white boob underneath crabs.
You think Captain Jesse's a boob guy?
Is now.
Yeah. He's more of an ass guy, but he likes both.
He's probably a leg guy.
He drank both. And finally, we're going to end today's trash with the most popular pet names of 2023 in each U.S. state. I
do
bet
like a
Lady
good
Bird
boob.
has not clocked in
I
yet.
like a good boob, though. I'll go ahead and tell you.
That's good.
I like
That's
a
good.
bad one, with just scars and burns.
Tattoos.
Yeah.
A little hair.
Okay, so top names, dog names by state.
You used to have a Lucy, didn't you?
I had a Lucy, yeah. Lucy's popular.
Yeah,
it's
1,
like
2,
Midwest.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8
Out in
different
Cali.
states.
We are the only state that has Max.
Max is a great dog
It is.
name.
I mean, it's a popular name, but we're the only state that has it.
Yeah, of all those, I didn't know Jack was. Well, I guess I've seen some dogs named Jack.
Oh yeah.
Look at Bear over in Nevada.
Scout, Penny, Luna.
I like Lola in
Daisy.
Georgia. Yeah.
Lola. What is it Daisy in Florida too? Yeah.
Yep. Rosie in Louisiana.
Bella's not bad. We've got a Charlie, and so does Brown. Both of us up in, was that Pennsylvania?
Yeah, Charlie in Pennsylvania, and also it looks like Illinois.
Yeah. Dog names.
No Ladybird.
No Ladybird. Maxo, good name for us. Rarely do we show up good on these graphics. That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, again, buying a home is a major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way, locally owned and operated. Mortgage Right is there, standing by to help assist you today. Visit their locations, Highway 280 Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply, mortgageright.com/TNR, or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hold that. Take a shot. See if you hit it here. Dead on. How about that? Dead on. Wrong camera, but that's is that the one you aim for?
I just aim in that vicinity. If I hit either one, I feel good about
The
it.
second camera, the one to the right, is the one that's on. But it still looked good when you hit that one. Worth a replay there if we ever get to the replay mode of our show, Forrester. When we come back, ESPN did a story at the end of last week that ranked the best top 10 teams from each decade. We'll do that in our next segment, show you those graphics and just opine about some of the teams that were there back in the day and some teams that are missing as we work our way forward. And then we'll talk to Walker White, Auburn football quarterback commitment, coming up in the next hour as well, right here of the next round.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1, or call Waynes.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymachomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows? She may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Okay, Bobby's asking, we've got it on TV5, but I missed it when it happened. He asked if I saw the play The Ball Boy just made a few minutes ago in the Tampa Bay game with Baltimore. I did not see it. He's obviously sitting down by the bullpen, but they're interviewing him now. Did anybody see it in the back room? Did y'all see what happened? No? If you were watching that Tampa Bay game, or if it comes across social media, Jace, you may be watching, you're a big Tampa fan. Send me a clip because it's a long interview they're doing with this guy. And apparently he made some kind of great play there. I'd love to see what it was.
Just got ice dumped on him. Doesn't look like the most athletic guy in the park.
Yeah. I can't wait to see it. It was enough to have people reacting in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, and they just did like a 4 to 5 minute interview with the guy. So I don't know if he saved somebody's life or what. Down in the bullpen down at Tropicana Field. Then the pitchers are giving him hell during the interview. Letting him talk, though. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, that's Brownie. You can get any of the gear that you've seen on Brownie all week long, and I think Lunsford takes over the dressing of Brownie's mannequin tomorrow and Friday. Maybe Tyler, you could do it as well. Somebody.
He may just sleep in that tonight.
Yeah. Who may? Tyler?
No, Brown.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, man, it is awesome hearing how many people got their dads or husbands next round gear for Father's Day.
Nextround.store. You can go make that purchase there now. And don't forget our coffee. You can see on the Rockstar and Tyler shot there, Nextround.store. Dark roast, medium roast, and different kinds of grounds and beans. Wake up like Rockstar does right there with a little drip of Next Round coffee. All that's in our store, nextround.store. And this hour brought to you by our friends at Slice Pizza, ready for lunch today.
I actually was in Slice last night. You want to guess which pie I went with?
You went with the Hot Mama.
I went barbecue chicken. Fantastic. You can get the brisket or the chicken. It's just one of the many specialty pizzas the Bajalia brothers offer up. Sat at the bar, had a cold beer. Just a great place. Whether it's you're taking the entire family, Little League team, date night. Slice 4 locations. The original in Lakeview, one in Vestavia. That was the one I hit up. One in Montevallo, and now Crestline Park. For more information and to check out the menu, slicebirmingham.com.
Chad asking, is that a Rockstar Coke back there? Yeah, our friends at Coca-Cola gave us all individually bottled Cokes. And that is the one that says Rockstar on it, which, by the way, I think would sell a bazillion of them because who doesn't want to drink a Coke like a Rockstar, right?
That's right.
Well, that was a fakest laugh.
I'm telling you, man, you cannot beat the classic Coke glass bottle.
Oh,
it's amazing.
So good.
When it's cold, it's ice cold.
I just remember, and I think I've told the story before, I would go to the Chevron in Vestavia right there on 31 that was across the street now from the rave.
It was Parisian.
I think it's a McDonald's now, and the old Parisians. And Lucian Bingham was the guy that owned the gas station, and it was a full service. But I would get those Cokes, and the bottle had been recycled so many times, it had like the white stripes on it. Like you couldn't even really read that it was a Coke bottle.
You'd occasionally get them with just they were so well made, a little chip out of them, but they were still in production.
That was when glass was glass.
And I was trying to catch up in the chat room, and you may have just said this, but when you would turn them up on the bottom, it would have the cities they were bottled on. Are you old
I don't
enough
remember that, no.
Yeah, I'm old enough to remember. And actually, we have somebody up here from Coke who's not that old, but I wonder if that's still a thing. But and some of you are my age or older in the chat room, though there's only a few of us left. The bottom of the real Coke bottles, you'd pull it up, and it would say, like, Seattle, Washington. And I'd always look to see if Birmingham, Alabama was in there. But for some reason, it wasn't, because that bottle kept getting recycled, and it moved all over the place. So I would save some unique ones, like Phoenix, Arizona.
That was the same with like a $20 bill. And I don't know if I haven't looked at it lately, but does it have where it was printed? Because, they had Denver, Atlanta.
Yeah.
I remember that with the bills, with the currency. I don't remember it with Coke
Rockstar's the only one that's got a 20 on him. He goes to it really quick.
Got the Secretary of Treasury on it. It does not say... Says the series of it. Does not say if it were where it was.
In the back?
Need to find an old bill.
No.
Yeah. He said what? Yeah, they used to match the bottom and furthest away had to pay. Yeah, we would gamble. It would almost be, what's that card game where I put up a card and you put up a card and you haven't seen it and you just wonder, you bet on whether you have the higher card compared to what you have. Like if you had a 2, I'd gamble. Yeah. You would just go, okay, I think mine's farthest away, $5 farthest away, and you'd look and see who the furthest away. I would imagine that made some big debates back before you had a quick Google search to see which is further from where you are right now, Seattle or wherever else. Cody says Gwynn, Alabama had an old Coke bottling plant.
Yeah, that sounds right.
I don't remember that at all.
Yeah.
Or is that Gwynn? That looks like Gwynn.
Gwynn.
Yeah, looks like Gwynn. All right, ESPN, our friends at ESPN.com did a college football thing last week. We wanted Taylor to build out a graphic so it would have a little bit more emphasis to it. And it started in the 1920s, I believe. And there it is. Top 10 programs from each decade. By decade, so that in this case, 20 to 1929, 30 to 39, so forth. You guys know how decades work. Best college football teams of the 1920s. USC, number 1, Notre Dame, Alabama, Texas. Look at Vanderbilt in there at 5.
Yeah, how did they not keep the momentum through the 20s into the 30s?
Dartmouth, Michigan, Nebraska, Texas A&M, and Army. Now, hold it right now. So a century later, top 10 teams this year, USC, Notre Dame, Alabama, Texas, Michigan, make a case for Texas A&M. So 100 years later, 5 of those teams realistically could be top 10 teams this year.
Because those are your traditional teams, or some of the handful of traditional teams you've got in college football. One of the reasons they are.
Yeah. So go from the 20s to the 30s and see how much it changed. A lot of new faces there 1 decade later. Again, from ESPN.com. Alabama, number 1 in the 30s. And this surprised me when you told me this. I had not seen this. But Alabama was number 1 in the 30s. And I'm trying to think of all the claims.
They had 5 top 5s, and they had 1 number 1 in the 30s.
Which was 1930, I think, right?
I don't know if I've got that here. I do.
I'm trying to remember the national championship years. But Alabama's 1, Tennessee is 2, Pitt, TCU, Tulane, Ohio State 6, Duke at 7, Minnesota 8, Army's going to be there for a while at 9, and 10 is at Fordham?
Yep.
How about that? Lucky logo.
So Alabama won the national championship in 1934, but it says here, Tide went unbeaten or lost just once in 7 of the 10 seasons in the 1930s. So that is a hell of a run.
That is. High in the 20s, number 1 in the 30s for Alabama. And in that one, you look at there, and the SEC has Alabama, Tennessee, and was Tulane a member back then?
I think so.
Yeah. SEC power, 3 of the top 5 back in the day.
What's changed?
Nothing has changed at all. But almost 100 years later, Alabama, you make a case for Tennessee. TCU was in the playoffs last year. Tulane was a New Year's Six Bowl. Ohio State is there. I wonder if Fordham ever thought, man, who would have ever thought football would get this big? We're not going to play big-time football anymore at Fordham. All right, let's go to the 40s. These are the war years. Michigan, Notre Dame, Texas, Alabama still there as a top 5 team. Penn out of the Ivy, Georgia, Tennessee, Minnesota, Georgia Tech, and Penn State. So Michigan, Notre Dame back there in the 40s. Any thoughts on that decade?
Minnesota was a good program for a minute. Penn is, I guess, surprising.
They had a really good stadium, though, if I remember correctly.
Who, Penn did?
Yeah. Like, for a while, one of the bigger stadiums on the East Coast. To the 50s, still no everyday television. Oklahoma, Ole Miss in the 50s. Michigan State, Georgia Tech, Ohio State, Tennessee, UCLA, Army still there, Wisconsin, and Kentucky. What was going on in Kentucky in the 50s?
They had one top 5 and one number 1. I mean, I think it was Bear Bryant, right?
Yeah, Bear Bryant.
And that Kentucky team that won the national championship, it's not listed as one of the 5 best teams of that decade.
Oklahoma is the dynasty back then. That's when the winning streak we still try to beat was formed, right? Bud Wilkinson's teams.
8 top 5s in that decade, 2 number 1 finishes.
And Ole Miss was that what was that guy's name? Johnny Vaught?
Yeah, they had 5 top 5s and 1 number 1 finish in the 50s.
Yeah, no Alabama there. Okay, let's go to the 60s. There's Alabama, number 1 again. So Alabama was 1 in the 30s and 1 in the 60s. Arkansas, that would have been Frank Broyles, right? Texas is there. And hell, that was a rivalry, right? Back in the Southwest, Arkansas and Texas in the 60s.
Darrell Royal.
Ole Miss, still Johnny Vaught, Michigan State, Ohio State, LSU at 7. I never really knew they had teams of the decade worthy there, but there they are in the 60s. Penn State, Purdue, and Tennessee in the 60s.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Ole Miss is not number 2 here, because Arkansas being number 2, they had 3 top 5s, but Ole Miss at number 4 had 4 top 5s and 3 number 1 finishes. Now, Alabama had 6 top 5s and 3 number 1s, but it should be Bama then Ole Miss. Doesn't make any sense.
Little bias there. I think Ole Miss in that part of history was claiming some titles like Alabama has been accused of doing over the years. Not sure which ones Ole Miss won. I don't know if they were AP polls or not.
I thought 61 they won for sure.
No, 61 was Alabama. You need me to pull off the tattoo and show you? 61, 64, 65.
It says here the 5 best teams: 64 Bama, 66 Bama, 62 Bama, 61 Ole Miss. Unless they just completely jack this list up. You're positive Alabama 61.
Yeah, 61, 64, and 65 were the titles. I think I'm right about that, Bama fans. In the 70s, Alabama stays number 1. There's Nebraska, who just beat the crap out of Alabama to start the decade in the Orange Bowl. Michigan, Oklahoma, Ohio State, Texas, USC, Penn State, Notre Dame, and LSU. Now, this is when I was a kid, right? This is my childhood.
And I think they mess this up, though.
Right. Nebraska and Oklahoma, to me, every year was the team that had to be beat.
Yeah, so Nebraska should have been 1 on here because Nebraska had 3 number 1 finishes. Alabama had 2 number 1 finishes. Oklahoma had 2 number 1 finishes. Now,
technically, Alabama had 2.5.
Alabama had 9 top 5s. Oklahoma 8 top 5s. Nebraska only had 7 top 5s.
Only 7. But see,
there was the 3 national championships, Nebraska should be in front of Alabama.
Yeah, well, Alabama was 73, 78, 79. So they had the half of the, split national championship in 73 with Notre Dame. So but you look at what you just said there, Nebraska was what, 7 top 5, you said?
Nebraska had 7 top 5s.
Oklahoma had how many?
8.
And Alabama had 9?
Yep.
Not a lot of parity there, is there?
No. That's pretty much what we get now, right?
Yeah. To the 80s. This is the Pat Dye years at Auburn. There's Auburn at number 9. Alabama's still there in 5. Now, this surprised me more than any of them. That how is Alabama at number 5 here in the 80s? And that's the tweener years between Bryant and before Stallings got there. How did they put Alabama on there?
I have no idea. They only had 1 top 5 finish the entire decade. Auburn had 2 top 5 finishes, and Auburn's all the way down at 9. Now, I think 1 and 2 were pretty easy. Nebraska had 8 top 5 finishes, 4 number 1s. Miami had 4 top 5s and 4 number 1s.
Yeah, those were pretty easy. And ironically, it was Miami, Nebraska, who played for Miami's first national championship that really should have gone to Auburn. And they're at 9 there. But Oklahoma, Michigan, Alabama, Georgia, Florida State was good that decade. There's UCLA, Auburn, and Arkansas. Funny, UCLA's there. Where was USC during this period, I wonder?
Those were the down years. Now, I remember in 86, Rodney Peete taking USC to the Rose Bowl. I think they played Michigan State, but
again, this is graphics from Taylor Korn.
It was much like Alabama in the 80s for USC.
But see, Auburn was the team of the decade in the SEC to me. Georgia won a national championship and played for another. But when I think of the 80s, especially from 83 on, it was Auburn's league. It was Auburn's league. Let's go to the 90s, where Alabama actually won a national championship, but is not in the top 10. Florida State, Nebraska, Florida, Tennessee. Now, just those top four right there. Florida State, top 5 every year, it seems like.
8 top 5s, 3 number 1s. They are clear-cut number 1 to me in this.
Nebraska won 3 national championships.
They give them credit for 2, but 6 top 5s.
Yeah, Florida ended up winning their only one with Steve Spurrier, but they were a force in the SEC. Tennessee, it was either Tennessee or Florida every year in the SEC, it seemed like, except for 92. Penn State, Michigan, Ohio State, Texas A&M at 8. Miami drops to 9, and Notre Dame is at number 10.
Yeah, I'm surprised Alabama. I was in school for the 90s, and that run from the end of Stallings' first season in 90 to 94, when I think it was Arkansas that snapped whatever that streak was. I mean, for half a decade, Alabama was dominant.
No, it's not Big Game Boomer that did this. This is ESPN.com. Bill Conley with his fax machine, FACTS machine. In the 2000s, next graphic, please, Texas, Oklahoma, Florida, Virginia Tech, LSU, Georgia, Ohio State, USC is back. Texas Tech had a Mike Leach, tip of the cap there.
No doubt.
And Miami at 10.
I disagree with this. I think USC, although they lost to Texas in maybe the best championship game of all time, USC still had 2 national championships. Texas had the 1. They had the same amount of top 5 finishes.
Yeah, USC shouldn't be at 8, much like Auburn in the 80s. Way too low there. The 2010s.
And USC had 3 Heisman Trophy winners, by the way.
Pretty easy here. Alabama with their championships there in the 10, between 10 and 19. Auburn gets in there at number 10, though. Ohio State and LSU right there in the top 3. And one more. Do we have the 20s early? No. So far, it's been Alabama, Georgia, and Georgia. So it would be Georgia number 1, right?
They said, obviously, we're only 3 years into the current decade, but here's how it stands right now. At number 10, they've got Cincinnati. Number 9, Utah. Number 8, Iowa. Number 7, Notre Dame. Number 6, Oklahoma. Number 5, Clemson. 4, Michigan. 3, Georgia. 2, Ohio State. 1, Alabama. Really, Georgia should be 1.
Yeah. I would agree. All right, LT is going to hang around here and talk with Walker White with me when we come back. We'll talk to the Auburn quarterback commitment. We'll talk to him about the whole recruiting process and why he's so fired up for Auburn. He's been working really, really hard on getting some other recruits to join him in that recruiting class. We'll talk to him about that. On our way to break here, let me tell you about Brownie's Garage and soon-to-be LT's Garage, taking a dingy, dark, moist, ugly garage and turning it into a place that when it's time to put your home on the market, or if you want to just enjoy your home when you're living there, why not have the best garage? Look at what they did for Brownie there with our friends at Tough Dog Coatings. Just go to their website, toughdoggaragebfloors.com, toughdoggaragebfloors.com, or call them up, 205-947-3639. 947-3639. Get a 15-year warranty on this beautiful floor. Easy to clean. Looks absolutely amazing. And it doesn't crack or wear out like epoxy does. It never gets yellow from sunlight or wear and tear. And it exceeds the OSHA ratings for anti-slip. Turn that dark, ugly garage into something that isn't an eyesore and makes it so much more enjoyable to live in the home that you spend a lot of your time in, right? Go ahead. That's Brown's house. Those guys are local. It's toughdoggaragebfloors.com. toughdoggaragebfloors.com. We'll talk a little Auburn football next on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeo.usa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons. Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store. The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
We'll talk to Auburn commit Walker White, quarterback commit from Little Rock Christian Academy, who will be making his way down to the Plains to play quarterback for Auburn in the future. That coming up in the second part of the show, being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports, getting you back in the game.
Yeah, make that phone call today to Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedic. The number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/23. Maybe you hurt the shoulder putting something in the attic. You injured your elbow shooting hoops out in the driveway. Let this be the year. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. Get your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
I think this is the first time we've had a guy who's not on campus yet, ever on our new format here. We've been doing a show 13 years, but in our new digital platform, this is a little new. We're going to bring in a guy, and the reason why I wanted to have him on, because he is very entertaining on social media, and he's trying to help the Auburn coaching staff recruit a little bit. So Walker White joins us now. He's an Auburn quarterback commit. You know him as a guy who, as some of you guys are seeing in the chat room, the future of Auburn football from Little Rock Christian Academy out in Arkansas. Walker, man, welcome into the show. How you doing?
What's up? I'm doing good. Thank y'all for letting me come on in and talk a little football.
First, we'll start with the simple question. Journalism 101. Why Auburn? You had a lot of offers. What'd you like about Auburn out of the gate?
For sure. I mean, that's a loaded question, but one of the biggest things that I saw firsthand was as soon as I got there, every single staff member welcomed me with a smile on their face. And that's a great sign of good culture. And one of the biggest things I was looking for is good culture, because if the players on the team are not bought in and it's not a good culture, then they won't want to come in and work, and it'll create a losing team. But if the staff members are bought in, it makes the players bought in. And when everyone is bought in and they love to work and love to come in and work, and they just have a zeal to just get better, then that's really saying something about the staff that Coach Freeze has put together. And it's just so contagious, and the energy there is just so attractive. And one of the other things I was looking for while getting recruited was um, like, who can develop me to become my best. And I know I'm never going to reach my full potential, because like us quarterbacks and all the NFL players know that they are never like to their full potential, and that we can always get better. And so I knew going into the recruiting process that I wanted to find a coaching staff who could get me better and grow me as a player and as a person. And meeting the staff that Coach Freeze had put together, starting with Coach Freeze and his offensive mind, is just so good. Seeing him bring Ole Miss out of the dumps and going into Tuscaloosa and beating Alabama, you just see that he's a natural winner. And you see him bring on Coach Montgomery, who is RG3's OC at Baylor, and just the experience there. And then Coach Austin, who's coached hundreds of quarterbacks and made them so successful. And then Coach Stone, who's been under Kirby Smart at Georgia, has been at Bama, Miami, Arkansas, Liberty with Freeze. And honestly, that's just the biggest thing that I saw is, like, I know that I'm going into a coaching staff with so much experience, and I know that I will get developed and taught, because one of the biggest things is I know that I don't know everything, and I want to grow and get better. And I know that that is possible at Auburn.
Your initial face-to-face meeting with Hugh Freeze, what do you remember most about that?
I just remember how authentic he was. One of the biggest things I've learned is, like, if you are authentic with people and genuine, then you can never sell them short. Like, he was totally open with us, totally honest, and you could feel that, and you could feel the emotion in the room as he was talking. And some coaches, I'm not pointing anyone out, but I'm just saying, like, there are coaches out there who just want to, like, give you their pitch and then, like, move on to the next guy. Coach Freeze brought us into his house, he sat me and my parents down one-on-one and just had a conversation and just talked. And that was the biggest thing for me, is I saw a coach who can relate to players, and he has such a cool story. And I love that part about him. And, he just, he represents one of the biggest things that I find most important in my life, which is his faith and the Lord. And so that was just one of the biggest things that I saw personally.
Little Rock Christian Academy quarterback is Walker White. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. That's something my buddy Dabo Swinney sells a lot at Clemson as well. Dave Aranda, Baylor, were in the mix as well. Was there any common thread between Hugh Freeze at Auburn, Dabo, and Coach Aranda and their staffs that made them your three finalists? Did you see, sort of the common thread between all three of those?
I would say just the authenticity of all the coaching staffs and the culture. I mean, every you go into every building of those three programs, you just see, like, it's just such a healthy culture, and the players love being there. And everywhere you go, you're always seeing players, like, doing extra work or whatever it is. You just see that the people love being at the facilities and learning with the coaches. And I would say that is the common thread, is the culture. And I mean, you don't really get that everywhere, but for sure that is one of the most common threads. And you look at the staffs of Baylor, Auburn, and Clemson. Ironically, seems as if they're all Christian based, and that I didn't purposely do that, but it ended up being like that. And so it was pretty cool and neat to see it all pan out.
Did you have a favorite team growing up?
Well, I grew up in Arkansas, and my family cheered for Arkansas, and tons of my family members have gone to Arkansas. So yeah, I grew up cheering for the Hogs and loving Arkansas. Now, people always ask me, like, okay, what was your dream school? I was like, honestly, like, I never really had a school where I said to myself, "Yeah, I'm gonna go do this there." It was always just like, I cheer for the Hogs, but I never really pictured myself at a certain place. But once it got to crunch time and all these like offers started coming in, I started talking. I was like, wow, like I don't really find myself, you know, leaning one way or the other. I kind of just want to see where this takes me. So that's what I did, and I took as many chances and visits as I could. And for Auburn, it only took one visit for me to know that that is where I was supposed to be.
Well, and you tell a pretty cool story about your visit to Auburn, and I think it involves you going out on the field at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Can you walk me through what that first step onto what will be your playing surface was like on that recruiting visit?
Yeah. So the whole Auburn deal is kind of crazy. Coach Montgomery was at Tulsa. He was the head coach at Tulsa, and Tulsa was my second offer. And my dad has always said, like, keep up with your relationships with the coaches, and basically because you never know if they're going to end up being at the school that you're playing at. So one morning, and when I went on a visit to Tulsa, and I loved it. I loved Coach Montgomery and Coach Trahan, who was the OC and quarterback coach at the time. But it wasn't the place for me. But one morning in December, I woke up with a text from my dad, and it was a tweet of the hiring of Coach Montgomery to Auburn. And my dad said, "See, I told you, never burn the bridges in your life, because you never know where they'll end up." Well, anyway, Coach Montgomery ended up calling me. I was his first 24 call, offered me on the spot, and Coach Freeze and Coach Montgomery were like, "Hey, we got to get you here up on the 16th or any time." They didn't necessarily say the 16th, but it ended up being January 16th, a couple of weeks before I committed. And we made it happen. I was like, all right, well, I'll see where it goes. And I absolutely loved it. And it was a great visit. It was just me and my family with the whole staff, just getting to know, just the culture and see the planes and do the facility tours and all that. But the part of my visit you're talking about is me stepping onto Jordan-Hare Stadium. And I will say, and this is true, as soon as I stepped foot on the grass, I walked in there. It was nighttime. They had this big picture on the scoreboard, and it was lighting up the stadium. And I stepped foot on the field, and my heart sank, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, this feels so right." And I was like, it was just like an instant peace where I was like, this is where I'm gonna be. And obviously, I went on a visit after that to Baylor, Arkansas, and Clemson. And at the end of the day, my parents were like, "All right, what are you thinking?" I was like, "Auburn." At the end of the day, I was like, "Auburn's where I want to go." So here we are.
NIL is obviously a huge part of recruiting now. I'm not going to ask you any specifics, but how does it work in this regard? Like when a school's recruiting you, do they just say, "Hey, what are you looking for?" Or do they throw you an offer first?
I will say NIL wasn't even talked about at my visit until the very end. So I had my visit on January 16th, and we came in that next morning on the 17th, just kind of watching a few more clips of film or whatever. Just we had extra time to spare, so we went back to the facilities to hang with the coaches. And all on my first day of the visit, I didn't even think about it. We didn't even talk about it. And the second day, we were just sitting around the meeting table, just kind of saying our farewells. My dad asked the question of, "Hey, if Walker were to commit, when does the conversation of NIL come in?" And they were like, "I think once he signs papers." And that was the end of that conversation. So I didn't really even take it into consideration. I mean, I know that going into SEC ball, I was going to be taken care of no matter what. So it wasn't really a train of thought for me. It was just me. That visit was all about me getting to know the coaches and the offensive system. And that was the extent of the NIL conversation. So it was very brief and wasn't very a big part of my decision.
One of the reasons that Taylor Korn, who handles our social media, and she's an Auburn grad, and I wanted to have you on is what you do on social media. I mean, first off, you're a humble guy to be a quarterback. I usually think most great quarterbacks are a little bit more cockier than you are, but you're a very humble guy. But you you also are trying to shake the trees and get some recruits to follow you to Auburn. Why is that important to you, and how's that feedback been when you're jumping into anybody's timeline to try to get them to commit to Auburn?
It's very exciting. It's tough. I will say, to always be authentic and unique with how I recruit on Twitter and Instagram and whatnot. But it's so much fun. So the reason I've taken it so seriously, and the coaches never even really put me up to this. I was like, I don't know if you watched my commitment day video, but I kind of tricked the coaches. So the Auburn staff didn't know I was committing to them until they saw it live. And I kind of tricked Coach Montgomery. I was like, hey, like, just so I know the other guys y'all are recruiting, like who are the main guys y'all are focusing on. And he gave me, they were like, we like these guys, whatever. And so at my recruitment commitment video, I called all those guys out. And the reason I do this and take it so seriously, and I've kind of made it my own goal, the coaches didn't put me up to it, but is because I had a phone call with Bo Nix, not while he was at Auburn, but after his first season at Oregon. One of his quarterback coaches like set me up with a call with him just to talk and whatever. And he told me, he's like, you're going to be as good, or in high school, one player can be the difference, whatever. But once you get into the SEC and Division I football, he said, you're only as good as the players around you. And so I've taken that to heart, and I know that I need to get some dogs around me. And for me, what I've just been trying to do is just build relationships, see if, I click with certain guys, and if they, want to come catch balls from me or protect me or get handoffs by me, then let's go, let's ride. That's kind of what I've been preaching. And, I just try to create those relationships and build off the recruiting that the Auburn staff already does so well. So it's just, it has been a big focus for me just to, try to get some guys alongside with me, and we're not done yet. We do still have some more coming. Can't say anything more than that, but it's exciting for sure.
Well, Walker, we appreciate your time. I remember going into my senior year this time of year, 12:39, I probably would have just been rolling out of the rack. You look like you've already gotten in at least one workout today. Is that true?
Yes, sir. We would practice this morning, and I'm about to go do another workout here in a second. So,
well, I assume you'll early enrollee January. Is that something you've thought about? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir. I'll be there in January.
All right. Well, we look forward to talking to you again. And I'm sure Auburn fans, they were excited we were going to have you on, and this interview will do nothing but add to that excitement. Be safe the rest of the year, and we'll see you when you get to Auburn, man. Thank you.
Yes, sir. War Eagle.
That's Walker White there, the Auburn quarterback commitment. Hey, poised guy, and he knows how to build a team. If you want to go catch balls and get handoffs, protect me. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, good for him. But yeah, he does seem very polished for 17, 18 years old.
Yeah, going into a senior year at Little Rock Academy, and we'll be down there coming up in January, early enrollee. And a lot of Auburn people believe quarterback of the future, right there. And how about as Bobby points out, translation of what Bo Nix told him. If the O-line and wide receivers suck ass, you're not going to be very good.
That's very true.
Yeah. But, Bo's a guy that, he's at Oregon for his final 2 years, but he loves him some Auburn. So I could see where Bo would offer him some real advice and tell him what he needed to get down at Auburn. Good conversation. Enjoyed that with Walker there. He was on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Odie's brings you part of the show. We'll do 4 downs coming up on the other side. Tell us about Odie's.
Rockstar, it is Wednesday night, which means Odie's
Trivia.
Team Trivia. Every Wednesday night. Come out and see us tonight. Hopefully this weather will hold up. Even if it doesn't, we're inside. Of course, they'll have on the College World Series, Major League Baseball, ice cold beer buckets full of Bud Light. Incredible food from Rodney Davis. I got the south of the border roll up with that spicy slaw last week. They've got the Diablo sandwich, great burgers. You had the burger a couple of weeks ago. You put chili on it.
Oh, loved it.
Yeah, food is so good. So stop in. It's the Birmingham Institution. But remember, Wednesday night tonight, every Wednesday, 8 o'clock, Odie's Team Trivia, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
It's time to get out and enjoy the summer of 2023. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Our 40 and 40 countdown. Forster, if you give us today's team, we're about to get to our 4 downs, brought to you by our friends at Slice. Baylor is the team. So this week we've given you UTSA, Auburn, and now Baylor today. We talked to Jeff Grimes earlier, and that is podcasted at nextroundlive.com, the website, also on our YouTube channel. We're about to jump to 4 downs with a little Baylor flavor in it, brought to you by our friends at Slice.
Yeah, 4 great locations of Slice. Remember, 7 nights a week, they've got that carry-out special. For $75, you get 12 wings, you get a half pan of the salad, you get 2 of those specialty pizzas. Again, I was in there last night. I got the barbecue chicken, fantastic stuff. Of course, the soul pie, the wing and a prayer. All of their pizzas are absolutely fantastic. Best pizza in Birmingham, in my opinion. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
First down.
Let's go. Which Bears team has more wins this year, Baylor or Chicago?
Ooh, I love this question. I mean, everyone's buying the Lions and not the Packers now. Vikings were so good last year. Love Jordan Addison with Justin Jefferson, but they're losing Dalvin Cook. What can Kirk Cousins do? Well, that's a tough question, but everyone feels like the Bears are close with Justin Fields.
Disaster if Fields gets hurt.
Yeah, I'll take the Bears at 8-9 or 9-8 of Chicago, and then going 7 or 8 wins for the Baylor Bears. So I'll go Chicago Bears by 1.
I would agree. I think it's going to be really, really tight, but I would lean the Bears, again, based on the 17-game schedule.
Second down.
Which former LSU coordinator has his job longer?
Dave Aranda or Jimbo Fisher?
Jimbo, by the way back to the Nick Saban years, right? I mean, Jimbo's got the protection of that contract.
He does.
Yeah.
You know, Conor O'Gara continues to point that out when we bring it up. I just think there's going to come a time when, you know, some of these billionaires are going to say, we've only got so much time left on this earth. We need to get the right guy.
Yeah, and I believe that. But, I mean, this year, you even think this year is a big step forward for them.
I do, but again, you've got other elite teams in that conference. So how good? If it was a 12-team playoff this year, I could see A&M.
But it is a 12-team playoff next year. So if they're 9 wins or 10 wins this year, you have to say that's a step forward.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, okay, so if they win 9 or 10, then Jimbo's fine. They go into next year, then maybe they're a playoff team. I don't feel like Aranda's going to lose his job either. But for some reason, because of the contract, I'll say Jimbo's there longer than Dave Aranda.
I will lean Aranda. I don't like either one to be there more than 5 years.
Yeah. No, 5 years is a long time.
It is.
Yeah.
Third down.
Which team from the state of Texas gets to a college football playoff first? Next team from the state of Texas.
Okay.
Because we've only actually had
all
one.
of them? I thought you were about to give me some choices.
No. It's hard to believe TCU's the only one that's been there.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Baylor should have been once, right?
Yep.
I'm going to say the Texas Longhorns get there first. But, likely it could be a tie. It could be next year. It could be like Texas and Texas A&M, or it could be Texas and Houston, or Texas and TCU, or Texas and Baylor. But I'm going to go Texas Longhorns. What about you?
I think I would agree with you, and I'm going to go the Texas Longhorns, yeah.
Yeah. Texas has a shot this year. Probably better than anybody else, right?
Probably. I don't really feel good about any of these teams anytime soon. Again, 12-team playoff changes everything, though.
Yeah. Feels like Texas has a shot this year, and the next year there's a couple of them. J.A. Tough, he'd go with Texas. Forrester jokes and says UTEP. Don't laugh, man. You never know. UTSA, you never know.
Fourth down.
Chris Pratt, 44 years old today.
Already, man.
If I asked you better career ultimately, Chris Pratt or Trevor Lawrence?
I mean, Pratt's had some great success already, hasn't he?
Jurassic Park, and he's in Marvel movies.
Parks and Rec, but yeah, I
mean,
mean,
but I'm talking about the money from those two franchises alone.
What was he, Star-Lord?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I've never still have
What's
not
that
seen
called? The
Guardians of the Galaxy.
The Guardians of the Galaxy.
I wasn't a big fan. I only watched the first one.
Never saw it.
I'm in the minority. People love it.
Both of those are good. How many Jurassic Parks?
That he's been in? He's been in two or three.
Jurassic Parks, 3 Guardians.
I mean, he was very successful in Parks and Rec, and people will flush
Parks
that.
and Rec for 7 seasons, I think.
Yeah.
Plus with Guardians, he was in all the Avengers movies and all too.
So what would it take for Trevor to get there? An MVP, a couple of Super Bowl championships?
If he wins one Super Bowl, does that do it for Trevor Lawrence?
No.
Well, I mean, the Jurassic Parks don't
Trent
count.
Dilfer's won a Super Bowl.
I agree with J.A. The Jurassic Park movies were awful.
Doesn't matter. They made money.
Jurassic World was good. The other two were bad.
I'll go Chris Pratt because I think he has something else great before his career's over with that would even trump a Super Bowl win. Like, I mean, at 44, he's moving into the sweet spot of his career, and I think he's a hot guy, so I'll go Pratt.
I think I would do that as well.
And that is 4 Downs, brought to you by our friends at Slice.
Yeah, 4 great locations. Get in, see the Bajaya brothers. Tell them the next round sent you. For more information on those great pizzas, local pizza, local ingredients, slicebirmingham.com.
I love that right there. Did you watch Park and Rec? That did not seem like your kind of show.
I never saw an episode.
It's a great show.
Yeah, really
Great
funny.
show.
But it's one of those rock star that you have to watch it and get through the slow first few episodes to build up character development to think anything else is funny.
There's a lot of side characters, like The Office. It's just like The Office. There's a lot of side characters that
Yeah.
just make the show, and he's one of the ones with because I think he at the time was like living in a van or something like that because he had gotten in shape, and they said to gain weight for this role, and this is the first role he really got, and it blew up.
Yeah.
He's like, I had to get fat for this role.
Why do you think I wouldn't like it?
Because it's not as good as The Office, but it's that kind of silly humor. I don't think you would like it.
And I've never been a Rob Lowe fan except for this show.
You're really good in this show.
Rob Lowe's really good in the show.
Plays an interesting character. It's just it's a ensemble cast that you have to put up with some really slow beginning to get the character development to get there. It's dumb comedy in most places, and it seems to be beneath you.
Wow, selling it really well.
Yeah.
I love it, though.
I mean, they're awful episodes that you have to just sit there and endure
I
it.
love it. I will tell you, Harbin's Outdoors could help LT's yard. Something he's going to work on here to maybe finalize the way that pool looks. While he's already redone the bathrooms. Maybe the pool's next. A little landscaping by the pool.
Yeah, I tell you what I need is somebody to break my computer, just bust it, 50 effing pieces. Thing doesn't work.
Okay, why don't I tell you about our friends at Hemphill, and you can tell us about Harbin's later on as we roll on here on the next round. One more segment to go. Our friends at Hemphill, for all your plumbing, all your heating, and all your cooling needs, you can get it with our friends at Hemphill. Hemphill services are right there. Adam, Chad, and the team will take care of you. Birmingham's trusted them since 1954. It's Hemphill Services. Call them up, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill. Back in a moment.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
LT's going to tell us now about our friends at Harbin's Outdoors.
Harbin's Outdoors, award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, hardscaping. Jeremy and his team, one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the lighting, the final hardscapes around the pool, everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors. See it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Call them today for all of your land
landscaping needs.
World Series cranks up at the top of the hour. Florida and TCU. LSU fans have set a new record, mainly because of Todd Graves, who is the Raising Cane's head. At Rocco's Pizza, it's become a tradition out in Omaha. This is Graves out there buying the shots. He bought 6,000 Jell-O shots to make LSU the all-time College World Series shot board record holder. There you see the board is of 2 nights ago, 21,435. That's the all-time record now, just blowing away everybody else. This from our buddy Peter Burns, who was hanging out with Graves. And there's the 6,000 Jell-O shots stacked up, all in purple and gold for LSU. They give you the school colors, and they're ready to roll. And you start doing the shots, right? LSU, number 1 out there, and their team survived last night at Rocco's Pizza. We said this last year, and I will say it again now. What a brilliant marketing campaign by Rocco's Pizza.
He's killed it, because you think about these are probably by far his biggest months, and you think about the cost of a Jell-O shot. I mean, mere pennies, and he's getting $5 or $6 a shot.
Yeah, Matthew says these Jell-O shots are $5 a pop. This bar owner is a genius.
You're right. Absolutely is.
Yeah. And how about our boy Peter Burns, just right in the middle of it all out there? And he went by and saw our friend Matt Rule, Scott Satterfield there in Lincoln while he was in Omaha, toured the facilities down there. So Burns out on the road enjoying LSU's trip to Omaha. Wake Forest and LSU tonight at 6 on ESPN. LSU has to win twice to get to the finals. And then Florida and TCU go this afternoon, 1 o'clock on ESPN. Florida just needs 1 win to get to the finals. Day baseball continues to happen. Of the 3 big winning streaks, which one survives the day? Cincinnati, 10 games, San Francisco, 9, Atlanta, 7.
I think Atlanta and San Fran both lose. I think Cincinnati wins.
Okay, Cincinnati with Ellie Dela Cruz with a home run last night, his second, but another 3-hit night. We leave you with Luis Arise. He's still hitting 400. Just 4 guys who have gone deeper since 1941, the last person to hit 400. Garcia Parra made it into 2000, July 8th of 2000. It was Larry Walker. He was in July 17th of 1997. July 31st of 93 for John Olerud. And August 31st, 1980, George Brett, all hitting over 400. So still some work to go for Arise to get into that top 4, but
not happening.
Those recent ones, you don't think he'd be 400 on July 8th?
I do not think he will be.
That's our show today. Back with you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central. Thanks to all our guests. We'll see you then. Until then, God bless you and God bless America.